Merry meet, my friends. I am a modern witch, a perfectly ordinary looking person, somebody that you will simply meet on the streets. Most of us are. We are a long way from that old Hollywood stereotype of the lady with the old bent nose wearing the pointy cap, a long black cape. I do like capes, however, riding along with our broomsticks in the company of a black cat. I've never even had a cat as a companion, yet I am truly a witch of some note and time. We work in a variety of occupations, and both men and women can join the craft. It is commonly forgotten that in some countries far more men than women were actually persecuted and executed during those terrible times of history. This course, however, is not a history lesson. This is a very practical course to get you started on the fundamentals. It is, in fact, a masterclass on all of the basics that you need to get started. And one of the things I want to emphasize right up is we have a deep regard for nature and her cycles. A little bit about me. I am a hereditary witch. This means that I come from a family where at least one other person is or was a witch. In my case, my beautiful maternal grandmother, my Nan, who often will scratch me behind the ear, and I know that she is here for me. She passed down all that I am passing on to you. We witches are commonly grouped into two major types, those that belong to a coven and those that are solitary like me. We are commonly called hedge witches, sometimes kitchen witches. There are further breakdowns of these broad definitions, however that just about covers it. I am a hereditary witch. This means I have a solo practice or a solitary practice. This is neither right nor wrong. It suits every person individually. There's something for you, and people may change over time. For example, as a solitary, I once joined a coven in North Bondi. It was a wonderful, powerful time, and I really enjoyed it. And other coven-based witches will turn solitary. We honor the pre-Christian gods and goddesses of the land, as above, so below. These ancient deities may at first seem strange to you. However, this course doesn't go deeply into them, as that is more advanced practices and a course that will follow. However, the message that they bring to this course and to you is that we are seeking balance. Balance in nature, balance between the sexes, balance between our everyday lives, which is often crazy and out of kilter. We all know that, don't we? We view life as fun and we love it. Almost everything we see is sacred and a divine gift from the gods and the goddesses. And this is something that Christianity finds a little bit tricky to deal with us. In fact, most of the world's religions, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, there is this overall predominant view that the ultimate spiritual goal is beyond our divine Mother Earth. It's out there somewhere. And all of our earthly pleasures are attempts to corrupt us from our true purpose. We think that is nuts. For us, we see the divine in everything. The gods and goddesses of old were certainly not staid or boring. So where do we get this divine guidance, this divine light from? Nature nurtures us. The elements, earth, air, fire, and water. And during this course, I am going to invite you to connect, to work deeply with the elements. For when we feel the wind in our breath, the trees in our sway, the rain in our tears, and the rivers in our blood, we start to feel ourselves woven back into a belonging that allows our bodies to become the very voice, the essence of nature. Together we will discover and bless our magical toolbox. Athames, wands, cauldrons, stars. We will make a book of shadows. But please note, I'm not going to ask you to go out and buy all these things. They're available exactly where you are now. We will work ritually to enhance your ability to manifest with the 8 major festivals known as Sabbats or Esbats. These honour the great wheel of the year, the cyclical turning of nature's seasons, and the most famous of all is Samhain, which is the feast of Halloween as we call it today. We will craft deeply with the various phases of the moon. You will start your very own book of shadows and start to create your own spells. This is a very powerful practice because when you write it down, when you commit it, this craft, this wonder becomes woven into your DNA. I teach a lot of courses on shamanism, and I'm often asked, is shamanism witchcraft? Is witchcraft shamanism? Yes, the term head witch has shamanic undertones. By definition, the hedge rider or hedge witch travels at least between 2 of the known worlds, the world that we see manifest in front of us, and through to the spirit realms, the other realms, the lower, middle, and upper worlds. This course aims to bring the sacred alive in you so that your potential is opened, so that this becomes a transformative power for you. My aim is to be able to have you to bridge with this magical spiritual witchcraft path with your family, with your business, with your community. And in this way you start to heal your wounds and you may be of greater service here to our divine Mother Earth. I grew up with a spiritual path based on the connection with the elements, earth, air, fire, water, and Great Spirit, who was never a grumpy old man in the sky. And this simply made a lot of sense to me. I've never given away my power in a traditional sense. But what I would like you to do is to take some time out, get your journal out, or if you've already got a book of shadows that you have prepared as you wish to dive into the course, and write down what you are hoping to find. Energy, strength, peace, focus, direction, inspiration, love, acceptance, connection, faith, gods, goddesses, fairies, spirits, elves. Or are you looking for other people to play with? Make your list. What you want to experience as you walk this path, as you go through this course. You can pick out what works for you best. You can go, yes, no. And what do you prefer? This is put together primarily for the solitary witch. I spend an inordinate amount of my time on my own. My partner works away and we have a farm. We are 40 kilometres from town and the neighbour quite some distance away. So it's actually a good thing that I like my own company. However, sometimes people come out and they join me for drumming ceremonies, which I have on a regular basis, and I love that. And again, when I'm in the city, we always have a fire ceremony, and I invite our near neighbours over to participate. So if you want to create something around the Sabbats, around the full moon, then perfect. Get a calendar together, and the electronic ones are fabulous these days because you can put it all in a head, write down, and bing, it will let you know beforehand so that you can get ready. It's important that what you take up is yours. The other thing about being a solitary witch, of course, is not everybody can find a group that they like or feel that they belong to. And no point getting hyper excited thinking, oh, there's a coven around the corner. I'll go ask Sally if I can join. If you really think Sally has lost the plot and you don't like her in everyday life, is there? Don't join it. That would be crazy. Look to yourself. Find freedom and practice openly as much as you wish, or do it behind closed doors. It is up to you. You can do it in very subtle ways. The path you choose may be dependent in some part on how open you can actually be about your practice. If, for example, you live in a share house with 10 other people who aren't accepting, you might want to just contain it within your room. And that's okay. You don't have to have an altar. You don't have to have the tools. Simply bless it. So mote it will be. And last but not least, let's be totally realistic. Most of us are extraordinarily time poor. So this is why I would like you to concentrate and to really write down this list of what you do and do not wish to find within this course. And then move forward with lightness in your heart, knowing that there is no chore that you must do. There is no box that you must tick. You might scan through going, oh, I really want to do that. Oh, I really want to consecrate my cauldron, for example, because I love cauldrons. And do it. Or I really want to just learn about the moon. I really want to just draw the major 4 Sabbats, not interested in the minor ones. It is up to you to make your commitment on what time and what you want in your life. And then go into it with a light heart and an open mind, and allow the blood and allow the love to infuse through you. For this is the course of love from me to you. Welcome to the Creed. There are a great many variations of a basic set of lines that underline how we think, how we breathe, how we live as witches. Join me. Abide within the law I must, in perfect love and perfect trust. Live we must and let live, fairly take and fairly give. Light of eye, soft of touch, speak we little, listen much. Honour the old ones in deed and name, with love and light in our hearts again. Merry meet and merry part, bright the cheeks and warm the heart. Mind the threefold laws we must, 3 times bad and 3 times good. And these 8 words fulfill the creed, and it harm none, no harm will come to ye. It is simple, and it encapsulates all that we are. Here is a prosperity spell. And by prosperity, I'm talking about your spiritual prosperity. That comes, all else will follow. Let my spell be spread on air. Nothing may my wish impair. Loving success and wealth to me, as I know this, so mote it will be. Welcome back, my dear friends. Here we are. Now, who are these gods and goddesses that we will be invoking? Now, I have promised you that I'm not going to give you a history lesson, and I'm not. However, it is important that you at least have a concept of who they are. Particularly living in our modern world, many of us have been raised on a Judeo-Christian tradition, believing that there is only one powerful entity. However, this was not the way of our ancestors, nor is it the way of a great many cultures upon our planet on this day. I'm an ancient historian and philosopher by my education, and I'm here to tell you that there was no clear concept of a god or a goddess. There was ever changing. All the lands were culturally raised not only with the concept of their own gods and goddesses, but with the general concept of plural divinity. Their stories, their myths, the weather, their surroundings, all shaped the way they moved and interacted. Each village, each home would have its own altars and its own deities, and they are rich and wonderful. Witchcraft is essentially a religion that honours the forces of nature and all things that are alive. Everything has a spirit, has a presence, has a form of consciousness, and by partnering with these forces, we create magic here on earth. And as the vast universe has these great guides and presents for us, that I call Great Spirit, why wouldn't we want to use it? For we are all sparks of divine creation. We all have God, Goddess within us, and we can draw down the powers of Great Spirit and infuse directly into our hearts. And we are guided forevermore by natural phenomena, the moon, the sun, the earth, the sky, the rivers, the great mountains, the animals, the forests, all have messages for us if we have ears to hear. This was the way of our ancestors. It was a deeply connected way with our mother planet. And right here and now, it is your way, for you are here, walking the path of love, of wisdom, of creativity and magic. For you are no longer giving your power away. And whilst I recognize Jesus as an amazing teacher, I know that I too am divine, as are you. So let us now see everything that is out there with a new leash of life. Every single thing, even those ants that are invading your kitchen, have a lesson for you. Here we are, dear friends. We are going to cast a circle together. For when you enter a witch's circle, a sacred space beyond times, beyond space is created. When we create and cast our circle, a temple between the worlds, with one foot on the physical plane and the other in the spiritual, is opened and resonates and vibrates. You are going to do this with me. We are going to create a sacred place of power where the creative forces of the universe will gather around you, partner with you, and work with you. Now our magic circle is open, and we are going to create a great circle by using the 4 directions, and it's going to echo throughout the world. You know the medicine wheel from Eastern medicine. You know the mandalas, and this is your own personal mandala with you at the center. Now the circle is a universal symbol of oneness because it has no sharp edges. It is the creator, it is the egg of creation that brings the universe into manifestation. It is the great mother, the protector, a higher vibration of spiritual energies and a creative refuge. You'll often find that your pets will like to join you in your circle. I know the goddess Jezebel loves nothing more than to sit in the middle, drawing in, feeling the vibrational energies that have been created. And it is ever changing with the cycles of the moon and the cycles of nature. So every time you cast, you are recharged and you receive a different vibrational force, different messages. Be open. Be open. As above, so below. Let us dive in and open together. If you are intending to cast a circle to receive specific information that you are needing, or you have a project that you are needing clear intentions for, then to do it within a circle is a magical way to infuse the power of that intention. However, first I would suggest a ritual bath. Put at least a couple of kilos of Epsom salts, some dried herbs, some rose petals or your favourite essential oil, and go deep into the bath. Empty your mind, just focusing on your breathing and the cleansing that is happening with the Epsom salts as it draws out all that you no longer need. Now, many witches, including myself, often use the bath to cleanse and clear the aura. I will often do a chakra cleanse in the bath, channeling up my chakras, washing away all that I no longer need. And frequently, particularly before high ritual, I enjoy having a long bath, for it just changes the level that I am on physically, mentally and spiritually, as water is a very, very cleansing, purifying power. Next, after your ritual bath, before you cast your circle, if you like smudging yourself, it is then time to take up the white sage, the lavender or whatever else and pass the smoke, cleansing and purifying any left unwanted vibrations and energies that the water has not washed away. After your smudging, just engage in 1 or 2 minutes of quiet time, meditation time, focusing on your breath alone. Don't force it, just let it rise and fall, receiving the element of air and letting it go back to infinity where it came from in the first instance. After a couple of minutes of meditation, you will be in a different state, for you have bathed, you have smudged, you have meditated. Please know that if you do not have time for all three, just pick one, but spend a little bit more time on it. Many like to don ritual robes. This, for example, is one of my favorite jackets for casting a circle on a full moon. If you have something special, then wear it, for it helps you to shed the mundane that happens in the outer world. It allows you to step into an identity, a purified, magical identity. For when we wear ritual clothing, so I can just simply put this jacket on and I drop into that ritual making state of mind. And water. Please make sure you have water. And just a little side note, while we're talking about ritual and preparing, you will often hear about witches being sky-clad, performing ritual naked underneath the moon, the sun, and I certainly do. And if you feel comfortable with nudity in your daily life, then please do. It is not essential, and if you are uncomfortable with your body in any way, then obviously it is not for you. However, if you are comfortable in your body, you really feel that connection with the element of air and with nature, and it's just a very, very quick way to connect with all of life. You see instantly that there is no separation from here to evermore. But as I said, it's not essential, and it is always your choice. You must be comfortable. Let us move on. Welcome. First, come together in prayer position at your heart center or Anjali Mudra. Contemplate your own inner power. Feel your body, your heart, your mind, your soul, acknowledging your sacredness and your connection. And now, take a moment and look outside, whether you are in a room or in nature. Look around you, acknowledge your surroundings, all that you see. Everything is sacred, everything is connected. From outside to inside, we resonate as one. With your dominant hand, which for me is my right, raise it and start to trace a circle clockwise a circle of light around you. Now you can physically move your hand and body clockwise, as I said, eyes open, or you can do this with your eyes closed. Experiment. What feels better for you? With the next circle, tune into the colour, to light, all of light. Is there a colour that has come to you? Often people will report violets, blues, silvery whites. It doesn't matter what colour. And if one is not coming to you, draw, imagine a colour. Keep drawing this circle around your head, around your body, knowing that it is getting stronger with each passing, and that it is filtering up and down, as above, so below. Rest for a moment. Feel the shift in your energy, the vibrations which are inside this sacred circle. How do you feel? What are your inner perceptions and your outer perceptions? Is there any separation? When you are feeling complete, it is time to release our circle by retracing it backwards. Begin pointing in the direction you have chosen and start unwinding your circle. And again, this may be either a physical action as you are seeing with me, or an energetic one. It matters not, only that you perform the action. And when you have completed closing your circle, wriggle your fingers and toes. Make sure you are grounded and here. And let me tell you a little bit about circles. We cast then diasul, or clockwise, and clockwise symbolizes the sun, which is the creation of life, the growth processes. And so for many witches, they will cast their circle clockwise when they're doing their ritual, their spell work, their healing. And when they release it, they will go widdershins, or counterclockwise. Now, I'm going to be a contrarian here, for I live in the southern hemisphere. So for me, I cast widdershins and I close diasul. And to be honest with you, I don't think Great Spirit minds. The important thing is that you do it with a sense of sacredness, of joy, and of connection. Please know, every time that you come to this casting, that it will feel different. The time of day, the weather, the season, the mood that you are in, the place, all resonates differently at different times. So if you're going to do this in half an hour's time or an hour's time to recreate it, and it doesn't feel the same, don't go, I'm a failure, it didn't feel the same. Exit. Just know that it's different, and it's important, because change is the only constant in our lives. This is a tool that you can use when you need to go inside to either to develop an intention or to confirm an intention. It is a very powerful, beautiful piece of magical ritual that you can enter into at any time. Always remember, the sacredness of life is ever present in you and around you, permeating all of creation. I hope you have enjoyed this delicious, delightful little dance with a very personal, sacred circle. Now, witchcraft is a path of a great many tools, However, you won't find them all on the altar, as we have many tools, both internal and external, for practicing the magic that we do. This, of course, is one of my favorites, one of my Athames. Now, something that you will commonly hear is that you do not need any tools to cast your spells, to perform your magic. And I totally agree. You can do it with no props at all, or you can do it with everyday items that you can find in your house. However, for me, I have a few tools that I use over and over and over in my ritual, and I pick them up and they have an inherent power of their own. So when I work with them, they infuse and empower all that I am working on. So again, it does not matter whether you use a feather, a knife from the drawer, an athame. Use it with sacred intent. But know that if you do want to go all the way and purchase these beautiful things or have them find you, that they have power way beyond symbolic. And what they represent can be very potent and important to you. But their power is beyond the ability of function. It is their nature, their shape, that gives us focus within the ritual, and we want to directly experience all the magic that we can. So let us move forward. We are going to bless a few tools: a wand, an athame, a cauldron, and a staff. And the last one, the staff, we are going to bless that. Know that what we will be doing in this section, you can apply this to anything that you wish to bring a little bit of sacred to. So let us move forward into a very hands-on, wealthy section on our tools. Merry meet, my dear friends. We have gathered here, for we are going to bless the tools that will carry us through on our magical journey together. But first, I ask you to bring heaven down to earth and earth into you, and then we will cast our circle. So note it will be inhaling, looking up, and drawing heaven down to earth. Now sweep your arms down to our Mother Earth, inhaling, and drawing back to heart center. All turn to the east. We call upon the gatekeepers of the east, the power of air, to protect our circle, to protect our life, for blowing out the old and bringing in the new. So mote it will be. Turn now to the south. We call upon the gatekeepers of the south, the power of fire to protect our circle, bringing us the warmth and light, to enliven our lives, to brighten each day. So mote it will be. Turn to the west. We call upon the power of the west, the gatekeepers. Come to us now, for we are here with the power of water to protect our circle, to wash away any sorrow and regret, to bring us new wisdom. So mote it will be. And turning to the north, we call upon the gatekeepers of the north, the power of the earth, protect our circle, keeping us grounded throughout. the time to come, so mote it will be. Now light your candle and your incense, ready to bless your Athame. Amazing Athames used in energy work. Now an Athame is a double-bladed knife used for energy work. It is never used for cutting anything on the physical plane. And here you see my divine feminine and my divine masculine swords, which I work with often. I found them particularly powerful for casting circles and cutting etheric cords, all that I no longer need. Now I love to pick them up and say in perfect love and perfect trust. However, if you do not have an Athame, a feather will work just as well. You may also use your finger to cast a circle or direct energy, or you may have a letter opener from when we used to receive letters in the mail. Let us move forward and bless our Athame. As you light your candle, start focusing on your Athame. And light now the essence of the air. For you have already gathered the essence of water and some salt for our earth. And have anything else on your altar that pleases you. With your Athame in your hand, calm and center yourself. Reaching your mind up into the divine, connecting with the divine God, divine goddess. And when you are ready, say, I cleanse and purify this tool of my craft from all past energies and negativity. Visualize any past associations of your blade, of you, and any negative energy. Allow it to leave you and your circle. Spirits of the earth, bless this Athame by the steel of its blade to tend strength and stability to my magic and to my work. Sprinkle some salt upon your Athame. O Spirit of air, bless this knife with the power of my direct magic on the journey I send it, as I alone may penetrate through space and time. Now, pass your Athame through the smoke of the incense. O spirits of fire who forged this blade, bless my Athame to be the instrument of my will, free of negative influences and pure in its direction of my energies. Now run your blade through the flame. And say, spirits of water, bless this magical knife to be a tool used with love, in respect for the mysteries. May all spells it casts be within the natural rules of using the power. And now sprinkle water over your Athame. And now to the God and Goddess say, I bless this Athame in the names of my Goddess and God, that it may be true to the will of my spirit, to be a powerful tool of the Lord, tempered with the intuition of the Lady, in love and in trust, in peace and in wisdom. I bless this tool of faith, so mote it will be. And take a moment to reflect, to meditate upon your Athames.
Wonderful wands. Now, wands are also primarily used for energy work. However, they direct and they send out energy. At present, I have 3 wands that I use, and you can see them here. My beautiful wooden wand in the middle, a lovely piece of smoky quartz, and my delicious rose quartz and clear quartz with all those lovely crystals down the middle. Wands are strongly connected to the fairy realm, and it really depends on how I am feeling as to which one I would like to use upon this day. They are often represented by the element of fire, so keep it simple, activate your wand, and let's move on today.
Welcome back. We are now moving to bless our wand. Face the east and hold your tool up high and introduce it to the element of the east. Speak whatever words move you at this time. O precious wand, pure and clear, allow me to cast with the element of air, bliss and peace, so mote it will be. Pass your tool through the powers of the east, through the smoke, and say, by the powers of the east I charge you, and by the element of the air I consecrate you. Stay with the element for a moment and feel the energy being imbued in your tool. And when you are ready, give thanks to the energy of the east and the air. We now move to the energy of the south. Hold your tool up high and introduce your tool through the flame. And introduce your tool to the south and speak whatever words move you. O element fond by my wand's desire, keep me safe and keep me pure, use you well, so mote it will be. O blessed wand, be true to me. And pass your tool through the flame and say, by the powers of the south I charge you, by the element of the fire I consecrate you. Stay with the element for a moment. Feel the energy building imbued upon your tool. And when you are ready, give thanks to the element of the south. Moving around your circle, face the west and hold your tool up high, introducing it to the element of the west, and speak any words that may come your way. O my wand, I introduce you to the element of west, the water, the womb, to every drop of wisdom that comes our way, that is washed up
within the watery realms. May it be with you. And then take some of the water and sprinkle it over your wand and say, by the powers of the West, I charge you. By the element of water, I consecrate you. Stay with the element for a moment, feeling the energy washing over, filling your wand. And when you are ready, move round to the element of the north. Hold your tool up high and introduce it to the element of the north, speaking any words that move you at this time. O element of north, I show you my wand, born of the earth, so blessed be. May the root of wisdom be drawn deep into me. And when you are ready, pick up some of your salt and consecrate your wand and say, by the powers of the north, I charge you. By the element of earth, I consecrate you. And stay with the element for a moment to feel the energy of earth drawing up, filling your wand. And when you are ready, thank the energy of the north. Now move to the center of your circle and hold your tool up high. Introduce it to Great Spirit, to the God, the Goddess that have a place for you. And say, by the powers of spirit, I charge you. By the element of ether, I consecrate you. And by the will of myself and by the energy of the God and Goddess, the energy of ether, of Great Spirit, be imbued now upon my sacred tool. When you are ready, draw back down to your heart center. Thank the God and Goddess. Perhaps leave an offering and bid them farewell. Uncast your circle, and so it is done. Welcome to the creative representation of the element of water, the cauldron or the chalice, or you may simply use a glass of water. Whatever you have, use it to represent the powerful cleansing element. You may also like to put some seashells or a picture of dolphin. We will now move forward to activate your cauldron or your chalice. And now we will move forward to bless our cauldron in a similar way. First, fill your cauldron with a little salt water or a few dried herbs if she is a cauldron that you are going to be cooking from. Or if you plan to use her in burning ritual, place a little tea light to symbolize all that she will burn. And before we begin and consecrate her, we will stand in the middle of our circle and say, O cauldron, sacred symbol of rebirth, of transmutation and wisdom, share with me your secrets and insight. May my life be touched by your energy as we work together. O cauldron, I welcome you into my home. Blessings upon you from this day on. And once again, turn to the east and honour any thoughts that come your way for your cauldron. O cauldron dedicated, cauldron pure, may you be the receiver of all that you are gifted. Now pass your cauldron through the smoke and say, by the powers of East, I charge you my cauldron with the element of air, and I consecrate you. Stay with the element for a moment, feeling the energy being imbued upon your cauldron, taking in the energy of the East. And now move to the element of South. Hold your cauldron up high and introduce your cauldron to the South and speak whatever words move you. O cauldron bright, cauldron pure, I call forth blessings from you. Now pass your cauldron, introducing it to the flames, and say, by the power of South, I charge you. By the power of fire, I consecrate you. And stay with the element for a moment, feeling the energy building in the bowl of your cauldron. And thank the element of the South. Now move to the west and hold your cauldron up high and introduce it to the west and speak words that move you at this time. O waters of the west, wisdom of the world, bringers of all, will you flow into my cauldron, so moat it will be. Introduce, sprinkle some water and say, by the powers of the west, I charge you my cauldron. By the element of water, I consecrate you. And stay with the element for a moment, feeling the energy building within the cauldron, swirling up and swirling down. And thank the element of the west. And now move to the north and hold your cauldron up high, introducing it to the element of the north, speaking any words that move you at this time. O element of the north, the earth, my cauldron, I welcome you. May you be fertile, may you be true. And bring some of the salt down. Sprinkle it in your cauldron and say, by the element of the north, I charge you. By the element of earth, I consecrate you. And stay with this element for a moment until you feel it. Thank the element of the north. And draw back to center. So moat it will be. Representing the north is a sturdy staff. However, many of my city friends prefer something simpler. So rather than the staff, they will use a number of stones or crystals that they have collected or worked with over the years. However, we are going to move now because it is of great gift to go out into nature and to find a staff that resonates with you, to whittle it, to wind it, and to make it your own. Merry meet. This spell is for blessing your staff, one that you have just made, or one that you have been granted from the ethers when you walk between the worlds. Now, first of all, for staves, I prefer that you go out into nature and find one for yourself. Now, there are many sacred trees upon our mother planet. Choose one that resonates with you. Many believe that oak is the most divine of all trees, and if you have that, fantastic, work with those energies. Once you have whittled your staff to your liking, you will want to take some fresh fallen leaves or pick some from a nearby tree. Now, I suggest you work with the power of 3. So take up your leaves and then take your thumb and puncture the first stem. Draw some energy and get familiar with it. Smell it. This is a lemon-scented gum from our backyard. And 2, feel, oh, I can smell the oil. And 3, well, you know that the number 3 is sacred. Draw in the energy. We have 1 leaf for ourselves. We have 1 for the staff, and we have the middle to set free. And now you will call upon your spirit guides for enchantment and use the dragon element of fire to invoke the dragon's spirit. And here is your spell. Take up your staff. Oh God, Goddess, bless this staff. So take your first leaf, rub it between your hands, and take up your staff and rub it up and down your staff. For the oil of the leaf from your hands will seep into the wood. And that is all. And then take up the second leaf and again repeat it, rubbing the leaf in your hands to release its oils. It's for you. Take up your staff and again rub your staff with your hands, imbuing the staff with the oil. Lay it down and take the second leaf, which is to set the staff free. Release the oils between the heat of your hand. Take up your staff and again transfer the oil to the wood. So mote it will be, that is all it takes. And then when you are walking, take up your staff proudly. So mote it will be. Here we are. We have blessed our Athame, our wand, our cauldron, and our staff. These are representations of the elements, of the cardinal directions, as you now know. However, they are merely representations. And once again, I stress to you, I'm not asking you to go out and purchase all of these things. Call in your intuition. It is your greatest friend. Decorate your home and draw in things that are sacred to you. So, for example, how about this for the element of earth? It is a piece of flint that I picked up just randomly at my brother-in-law's farm in Sweden. Absolutely perfect. So you may replace that for the staff or some rocks. How about a piece of coral for the element of water? This washed up on the beach on a holiday with my sons, and it has become very, very sacred to me. And you may have noticed I burn my incense in it, for I think it is perfect for that. Some rocks that you've picked up along the way. How about this? It is a Bodhi leaf from our local Buddhist temple from a school excursion back in 1999, and our local school took all of the boys to learn about Buddhist philosophy and meditation, and I picked this up. The pentacle Many people like to have the five-sided pentacle because it represents the four elements and Great Spirit. You can draw it. This bag holds my goddess cards. Maybe you would like on any particular day to draw a card for a ceremony or to just help you find your way. Many people like to set out their altars and they have special cloths. Go for it. Whatever calls you. Everything can be sacred. Everything is sacred if you give it the opportunity. Bless it, welcome it in with love in your heart, and have fun. Because after all, if you are not having fun, there's not much point, is there? This is not meant to be a serious drudge. It is about bringing the sacred into every moment of your life, to draw you up into the divine, knowing you are a divine spark of creation. Blessings. I hope you have enjoyed the rituals that we have engaged in together, and particularly the energetic one we did with the staff. I encourage you to do this energetically with any tools that you can imagine in your head. Now know that in one sense that tools wouldn't be anything. They have no power without you, but they do act as powerful partners when we perform our magic, when we open our circles, when we're in deep healing and ritual work. And they should not be relegated as just simply being props that look good and can be just casually discarded. I know that my masculine athame that I had in my hand at the beginning does not like to be left alone. These items are sacred, as are all things, because everything is a manifestation of the divine. Let us move forward now into the next section. I am often asked when people come into my house, so where is your altar? Where is your broomstick? Where are your playthings? And I smile. For sacred space for me is everywhere. My entire home is sacred space. And that is because it has great energy, some of which is generated by me, some by nature, some by the house itself, some by the little offerings, some by the blessings, the prayers, some the gathering of the people, some the drawing down of the moon for all of these years. And every single ritual adds to the power of the house. It grows and it breathes with love. And it feels delicious. I do not have one major altar. You walk in, there's a couple of crystals here. You go to this room, there might be a bell or a cluster of something. Every single space, everything, be it the art on the walls, the way things are arranged, there is a reason and a rhyme for all that I have done. And it is to fill the place with love, with light, with eccentricity, and to feel the natural connections with the spirits everywhere. I do plenty of magical work. I do plenty of ceremony in many rooms of my house, not just one. So for example, I'm sitting in a room here and I record most of my courses in this room. But those that know me well have seen me at the farm plenty of times with the sheep in the background. This is not the only place. Every room has magic, and you can do this for your home too. That neglect dark space, clear it out, throw the curtains open, let in the sunlight and the moonlight. Welcome to this ritual for balance. I personally like to use one of my wands, and I particularly like this one because it has all of the chakras within it. Now, stand here with me. Take a few moments to go into that sleeping, waking, meditative, trance-like state that gets you ready to visualize, to breathe, to know your inner truth. Hold your wand to your heart chakra, breathing in the energy that is freely gifted from the element of air. And now, visualize a beam of light that extends down, down. It is in your spine and goes right down to our divine Mother Earth, like the roots of the tree, balancing you, anchoring you, tying you down. This beam of light, feel it now, from beyond space and time, connecting you with the sky above and the earth below. See it as a spiral, connecting you, drawing through your spine, down through your feet, your roots deep into our Mother Earth. As you inhale, open your arms, bringing up the earth energy, drawing up your intentions from our Mother Earth into your heart chakra. Really feel it drawing up, up. And in your heart, ask our Mother Earth, oh Mother Earth, send your energy spiraling up through your core, through our feet, our roots, up with our inhalation into our heart center and moving up, up, up through Heaven's Gate, through our crown chakra to the sky above. And then opening to our sky. Call down the energy of the sky, drawing it down through Heaven's Gate, your sky chakra, funneling down, drawing this beam of light down, down, down through your body, anchoring into our Mother Earth. And in this way we have the combined energies of our Earth Mother and our Sky Father, radiating, mixing, breathing every cell of our being. Feel it channeling again. Draw up from our Mother Earth through your feet. Feel the energy funneling up through your crown chakra, opening up to the sky. Feel the sky's energy now and draw it back down, funneling, spiraling through you down to our Mother Earth. And one more time, drawing up from our Mother Earth through you, spiraling through your spine, out through your crown chakra, opening to our Father, our sky, calling the sky and his masculine energies drawing down, 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 infusing, mixing freely, openly with the love of our Mother Earth. And while you are in this state, if you have an intention or a spell that you wish to see to use balance, to infuse balance in every or any aspect of your life that is feeling a little out of kilter,
take this time now. Come to your heart center and either to yourself or out loud call upon, O Great Spirit, Father, Son, Grandmother Moon, my Divine Mother Earth, bring balance to me now. Again. O Father, Son, Grandmother Moon, Great Spirit, my Divine Mother Earth, bring balance to me now. And for the third time, O Great Spirit, Father, Son, Grandmother Moon, my Divine Mother Earth, bring balance to me now. As you are feeling the spirals of light from the sky gods, inhale them, allowing them to flow through you freely, flooding through you as beams of light. And as you feel the core grounded energy of our Mother Earth rising up through you, be open, open heart, open mind. Feel it rippling, cleansing, working with all of your chakras. Getting rid of the sludge, the psychic sludge, the residues from this and former lifetimes that have attached and clung to your chakras. Let it go. Allow the energies of the sun and the moon to cleanse, to clear you, so that all of the spaces within you are radiating clearly, spinning freely, that you may bring balance into all aspects of your life. When you are feeling free, or if you are, this is a perfect time to set the groundwork spell for a future intention. However, if this is not your intention to do this today, then come back gently to heart center, opening up. Thank our Father Sky for the vibrations, the luminous light, the giver, those rays that have shone through us. And come down with at least your feet, if not your hands, touching our Mother Earth. And thank our Mother Earth for the healing, balancing vibrations that she has sent through. So mote it will be. When you are ready, wriggle your fingers and toes. And having thanked Father Sun, Grandmother Moon, our Mother Earth, and any other spirits that you may have invoked through your ritual and spell work, we thank them all for their blessings that they freely gift to us. And welcome to this section where we will look at setting up our own personal medicine space. This is the place where we will open the four corners of the world and we will draw deep inside so that great ritual, deep seeking can take place. Now, the first thing you need to know is, where are the four corners? East, north, south and west. Now, if you don't know, handy hint, you can download an app on your phone or your iPad. Once you've done that, let's get started. Sometimes I don't use anything, just simply nature itself. And other times I draw in all manner of different objects to help make the place feel special, sacred to me. So let's have a look. We'll start out with the south, the wand, the fire. And here are two wands, one wooden, one crystal, that we will place right there. The west, the water, the womb. And here we have an old cauldron that came from England. about 140 years ago. Now let's think about the north, the night, the pentacle, the stars. How about a piece of chrysanthemum stone, which helps us to see into the unseen realms? The east, the air, the eagle is also defined by the sword. One masculine, one feminine. They do no harm, for they are simply to cut out anything etherically that no longer serves you. We also use them when we are opening our circles. You don't have to though, but being the witch that I am, I like to. Now, in the centre, what about the candle for us to fire our right? Now I said we can have fun. How about some shells that you may have collected on a holiday? You might like to bring them in. Let's have a look. That looks like it would be perfect for the south and the fire, doesn't it? Ooh, and how about the watery realms? Let's hear what the night, the north and the stars have to say. And what about the morning star, the planet Venus, the first star we see before the sun rises? Maybe you've got some crystals. How about a piece of amethyst? We'll put that here to the south. Some citrine to help the watery knowledge come to us. Ooh, the night. We have some obsidian and some smoky quartz to help us to dream a better way. And some clear quartz for the gate of the rising sun. If you use any cards, these are goddess cards, the priestess cards of Avalon, or the power animals, then why not bring them in too? It all helps to see the way. Vesta clearly wants to be here in the east, so she will be there. And we have drawn Isis, who is actually my goddess guardian for the winds of the south. Who we have? The amazing Dana, the high priestess, for the watery realms of the west. Ooh, and abundance from Abundantia, from the winds of the north. So please, this is about you. All of these things help us. They help to draw us deep within, and they help the journey ahead. And that's what this is about. For so many of us lack the sacred. We lack ritual within our life. And all of these tools are just that little bit of help to see the journey along your way. Blessed be, and I hope you've had fun with me setting up sacred space. About setting up our personal altars. Now personally, my entire house has got little altars and sanctuaries tucked away in little corners, sometimes very open. And you are going to see a whole host of photos wash over this screen of altars that I have made in the past. There is no right and there is no wrong. The only thing that is truly important is that you bless it, you love it, and that it means something to you. You do not have to have your magical tools on your altar. You do not have to have candles. They can be a collection of knickknacks, little bits and pieces that just take your fancy. It is really up to you. But the space should be alive and teeming with energy and really speak to you. Now, your altars do not have to be permanent. Mine certainly are not. They change with the season, they change with the moons, they change all of the time, because as my energy moves, they reflect where I am at this time. This is your work and your space and your time. So it does not matter whether you have a tiny little area or a whole room. I certainly don't have a whole room, but I know people who do, and they have amazing dedications. A good place to start for your magical altar is if you have a god or goddess or a deity
a spirit that speaks to you, maybe Green Tara, maybe Isis, maybe Zeus, a representation, be it pictorial or a statue, would be a fine place to start. If you have candles that are resonating with you right now, some aromatherapy ones maybe, then maybe put a candle. A cloth is a beautiful way to start. It can be a simple little table mat that fancies you, or if you have something larger because you're looking for an altar in a larger space, simply make sure that the colours and the theme of it works for you at this time. So lay a small cloth upon your altar if you wish. However, I'm here to tell you that I commonly don't use them. I'm very good at dripping candle wax everywhere. I have a lot of small wooden altars that I use, and I have trays, kitchen trays. Again, it's to do with the candle wax. Plus, I like to bring in elements from the outside, leaves, seeds, and sometimes even earth from our mother that I will sprinkle around. So therefore, a kitchen tray is absolutely perfect. For when you wish to give it away, it is simple as going outside and giving some to the air, some to the water, and some to the earth by the power of 3. What I really want to tell you about altars is they are a personal reflection of you. So please go ahead, look around and create as your heart leads you. So now you have set your altar. How about a little cleanse and clear? Some smudging. And some building of the energy for the focus that is surrounded. This can be a simple thing as saying earth, air, fire and water. It can be as simple as rubbing a little bit of oil, anointing a central candle. It can be as simple as taking a blessing from your heart, your soul, and offering it to the offering that you have, asking it to reflect back all that you are wishing to have it fuel for you. And don't forget, when you offer a simple cleansing for your altar, it affects the way you feel about it, for the intent of your energy is brighter and lighter, so mote it will be. And of course then, when you are no longer using your altar, close the space that it was meant for. Remember, that can be as simple as casting your hand around 3 times to close the space and set your intentions free. Have fun. Welcome. When all of the elements, earth, air, fire, water and spirit, are aligned with your creations, they come into form almost magically, and this level of harmony and alignment between the forces provides a powerful synergy that draws all of creation into form. The concept of the quartered circle is basic to witchcraft, as it is to so many religions and cultures throughout the world. It is designated to the 4 cardinal compass points, which corresponds to your magical tools and colours and more. The 5th element, spirit, is central or in the centre of the circle, representing that realm. When we call in the elements, the 4 quarters, we are awakening all parts of the self, bringing us into focus with our body, our mind, our spirit, our energy and emotions. We are casting ourselves as fully here and fully present. However, know that wherever you correspond your tools and colours to may change. For example, in the southern hemisphere, you may like to put the earth in the south and the fire in the north. Or if you live by a body of water that is to the east, you may wish to call the east there. If you are calling in the elements, it is important that you follow your intuition and use the features of the region you are working with. Know that what I am presenting to you is a guide, and there are a great many people who simply call earth, air, fire, water, earth, air, fire, water, earth, air, fire, water, as above, so below, and don't call or designate to any particular space. The element of earth, abundance, is all the treasures buried deep within our soul. It is the material things we long for, and often we're told we should not or could not have. It is the security of that which is immovable and solid, the foundations of manifestation in the real world of touch, taste, sight, smell, all of those beautiful things we are gifted with. We will work with the creation energy of earth when we wish to manifest those things in our life that need to be manifested. Maybe you are looking for a change of circumstance, a change of direction in your career. Working with the element of earth will help you acquire these things. Now know that when we are looking for spiritual fulfillment and enlightenment, we know that we are put on our Mother Earth to experience all that she has, the gifts, her ability, and it is beholden upon us to enjoy her, obtain what we need, and do not wallow in what we cannot have. We indulge ourselves with no trace of Christian guilt, for we know we are of the earth, and we freely connect with her and use her natural elements all of the time. The element of air, the relationship with all that we cannot see, the soft breezes on our face that make us feel connected, touched yet not touched, and are brought alive through the movement of space and time of the divine. For the air is a part of our mind that is clear, focused, and ever-changing, never content, never still, but always swept up by another breeze and moved along the current of time. So whereby the earth energy envelops the physical, air energy is mental, for we cannot see it, we must believe. It encompasses that which cannot be seen, that which makes us who we are and gives substance to our existence. Thoughts, sparks of genius, all come from the element of air. Air is the element which touches when we pursue knowledge, seek answers, ponder the universe and our place in it, when we draw, paint, compose. Because of the element of air, within all future humanity resides unwritten stories, unpainted masterpieces, music, discoveries, creations, yet unrealized nor perceived. When we dance with the element of air and it mingles with earth, all of the wonderful things which may be will be given a pathway into the physical world through the element of air. Fire, the purifying passion of fire, burning all that can consume. It is enthusiasm and drive so powerful it wants you to succeed. Fire, that fiery stuff that does not allow you to give up in the face of adversity. It is what draws lovers together across insurmountable odds and provokes a passion that will fight endlessly for justice on our Mother Earth. We can use the energy of fire to incite passion, to pour it into any relationship, to a project, a spell, or a cause. Fire is the heat of lust, the burning desire made visible, unrelenting willpower. But be aware, for fire is also a great destroyer, the element that purges all that we no longer need in our intentions and actions and hidden agendas. It can be unforgiving, destroying landscapes, leaving them bare and bleak. However, we know that the wheel turns and we can rebuild our Mother Earth and our path, our life, our world. Work with the energy of fire and know its purpose and its determination, and never take your eyes off it. For if you do, you may Suddenly feel its flames licking at your soul. Waters, the realm of visions and divination. Water is the mist of yesterday, today and tomorrow, all wrapped up in a magical divine moment. Water is the time of your visions, your dreams, questing endlessly to know. It is the art of divination, for searching for answers and listening to the universe, waiting for its response. It is elusive, it is mystical. It slips through your fingers, leaving you cold, shivering, wet, knowing that you have been touched by the divine. We will work with the energy of water, and we will float through our dreams, swimming through our emotions and wade through our sense of intuition. The energy of water is wondrous. It is fluid, ever changing, never calm, always moving, for underneath the calm it is rippling, and time is rolling, crashing as wild as the ocean. Water is the supreme feminine symbol, the mother goddess, the womb, regeneration and rebirth. Water can be crystal clear and glistening in the sunlight, revealing everything before you, or it can be murky, dark, drawing you in, hiding that which you are not ready to see, which you must find on your own. Now, the element of water highlights our dreams, our visions, and the mystical. And obviously, being a female, I'm passionately in love with the element of water. And I'm a Cancerian. That adds an extra element to it too, doesn't it? Let us now come together to say a prayer for the elements. O great Spirit that binds the elements of life, lend me your wisdom in my times of great strife. Guide my feet upon my path this very day. Illuminate my heart and show me the way. By the earth, by the water, by the air and by the fire, bring me round to my heart's desire. Your strength and fortitude I need, your ancient words I honour and heed. Thy great protection I humbly ask, as I embark upon my life and fulfil my tasks. As you bind and encircle and unite, aid me throughout the day and all of the night. With great reverence I honour thee, encircle me now. Let us move forward and further explore the elements of earth, air, fire and water. Welcome to the element of earth, for this is the element that stands for grounding in all forms of nature, money, prosperity, growth, rules and responsibility. The earth is healing, strong and practical, and if you want to represent the element of earth on your altar, you can use a pentacle, some stones, a bowl of earth or rock salt. And for the spell, please have some patchouli oil and 4 tree seeds. Prior to meditation, sit quietly facing north and know that your body is earth. You are earth. Avert your eyes, looking down your nose, or close them if you prefer. Receiving a breath from the universe, draw deep inside and feel your feet upon the ground. Sense the weight of your body, its physicality. Become aware of how earth manifests in your life, your body, your food, your physical surroundings. Giving thanks for the way earth sustains you and provides material blessings. Notice first all of those aspects of your body, as they can directly experience the physical presence and weight of your body. Feel it. Connect with it. Feel your sitting bones pressing into your cushion or chair or floor. Feel your hands gently resting on your lap. Feel your knees, your teeth, your hair. Simply know these experiences as solidness. Simply know these experiences as solidness. As well as noticing those sensations, now enter into the imaginative realms of the rest of your body. Even though you cannot see or experience them directly, draw inwards, looking in at your solid bones, your bone marrow, your heart, your liver, your diaphragm, your lungs. Every conceivable solid matter within the container that is your body. Call them to mind, knowing they are there and experiencing them, seeing them through your mind's eye. Reflecting upon the earth element within, and now call your mind to the earth element externally. Everything that is outside solid, starting with the floor upon which you may be sitting or the chair, expanding outwards to the room, your house, your vehicle, mountains, roads, rocks, soil, the body of other living beings, the stone people, the tree people, the wild plants, the crops growing in the fields. Do not engage in a train of thought. Simply allow the words to evoke memories in the form of sensory impressions, images, sounds, tactile sensations that come to mind. Reflect that everything solid within the body and everything solid externally is the same earth element. There really is no me earth element, no other earth element. It is all the same stuff. We normally think of our form, our body, our container as being us. However, we are here to recollect and know how everything of the earth element that is within us comes from outside and returns to the outside. Rest a moment with these sensations, slowly drawing yourself back into your room. Wriggle your fingers and toes and have a drink of water as we move forward to invoke our earth spell. The charm of the growing tree. This spell is intended as a way to connect to the deep wisdom and knowledge embodied in all the sacred trees of our planet. Now it is a more ethereal, spiritual, or intangible spell than many others, and all you need is 4 tree seeds. You can see gum nuts in front of you from our farm. Have some patchouli oil, a brown and green candle if you can source them, otherwise tea lights are just fine. If you can, collect the tree seeds yourself. Now anoint your candle with the patchouli oil and roll the seeds around them, anointing the candle with them as well. Light your candles and hold your seeds in your hands and repeat the following 3 times. O sacred tree seed, say the name of the seed, be it oak or gum. Blessed seed, growth and wisdom mine indeed. O sacred oak, blessed seed, growth and wisdom mine indeed. Sacred gumnut, blessed seed, growth and wisdom mine indeed. Visualize a mighty tree growing and all of the things it may have to teach you as it grows with you. Place your seeds around the candle and let it burn out on its own. And leave your seeds somewhere where you will see them every day, for they represent the opportunities to gain new knowledge as it is presenting itself to you over the coming space and time. And to confirm our spell, we will now move forward to a prayer for Earth. Please recite this with me. O great Spirit of Earth, from which all life springs, upon whom we rejoice and dance and sing. From the north ye hail with your pulse of life. You bring strength and security in our times of strife. You are the foundation and our home from which all life grows. You nurture and ground us deep as your life force flows. With your beautiful greens and rich deep browns, your vibrant tapestry of life around us abounds. I bow thee before you as I honour thee. Lend me your comforting stability. May I stay grounded upon my path on this day. May I walk in your footsteps as I go my way. May we care for you and only take what we need. Let us not be driven by want and greed. May we cherish and honour the place of our birth, our beloved, blessed Mother Earth. Air. The qualities that represent air include ideas, inspiration, creativity, travel, freedom, intelligence, new beginnings, and mental clarity. If you want to spell for any of these, you should incorporate air into your magic. Bring along your athame, feathers, bells, incense, quartz, all have air attributes. And for the spell we will do, which is a travel, a sprig of herbs from your garden. Some mint or basil will work just fine. Prior to meditation, sit quietly facing the east. Now become conscious of the air as it flows in and out of your lungs. Drop deeply inside and really connect with the flow of the air. Allow the air within you to connect to the air around you. Receiving your breath, feel the air filling your lungs as you breathe in. Sense the air becoming an integral part of you. Think about the power of air expressed in your life, communication, thought, and ideas. Give thanks for all of the wonders the element of air symbolizes for you. We are taking in and giving out this element right now. Right now, the air element is entering and leaving the body as we breathe in and out. Right now, air is entering. Oxygen is dissolving into the bloodstream, being taken to the cells to provide energy, and carbon dioxide is being exhaled. There is no boundary between inner air and outer air. There is only one air element, and what's within us is simply borrowed for a few moments, for we cannot hold on to the element of air any more than we can hold on to any others. In fact, we can only live by letting go, never by holding on. To hold on is to die. And so we reflect that air, the element of air, like the other physical elements, is not me, not mine, that I am not this. The whole point in the practice is that we are beginning to sense in a very immediate way the impermanence, the transient nature of our bodies. We are heightening our sense of appreciation that what we normally assume to be a relatively fixed and solid physical form is actually a dynamic process. Sit, being with yourself, feeling the element of air flowing through your body. It's rather akin to sitting by a river. You can watch water pass by my stretch of the bank. And you can say, that's me and that's me, but in every moment of claiming, of grasping, every clinging flows past you. The clinging is futile and painful. Let it go and recognize how things truly are. Develop a sense of curiosity as you're entertaining with the element of air, wonder and openness. The world is more alive. Know that you are less attached to your physical form and that your sense of identification has expanded outwards. Everything that has ever passed through your body, the solid matter, the air, is now out there in the form of clouds, forests, soil, raindrops. And in a way, those things are you. And because your very body, our very body, is made up of these things, we are them, they are us. Having this direct sense of interconnectedness is enlivening and empowering. We are no longer separate and small, but an intimate part of the vast cycle of the elements. Quietly, in your own time, bring yourself back by wriggling your fingers and toes. Take a sip of water as we move through to cast an air spell. Ooh, how about a little travel spell? Want to get out and see the world? Well, here is an easy spell to help bring more travel opportunities into your life. And it's a great example of an air spell. You'll need a small dish of herbs, a light feather, or a fan of some type, or a fan of some kind that you wave. If you have a feather, it should be small and light, not a big turkey feather or a peacock feather. Now I hope that's all clear. Lean over your bowl of freshly picked herbs, be it basil or mint, and inhale the smell, breathing it deep inside you. Visualize yourself as you're inhaling the aroma of the freshly picked herbs. Visualize yourself in different places. See different landscapes as you inhale. Now throw your little feather into the air. And if you have a fan, try blowing it around the room. Try to keep it airborne as you see the winds of chance also moving you to new places in the near future. Allow the feather to land in the herbs and then take a few more breaths of the aroma. And each morning over the next week, breathe deeply the aroma of your cut herbs again and picture yourself seeing new sights. Please join with me as we recite a prayer for the element of air. O great element of air, of the winds and of the breeze, ye that carries the birds and rustles the trees, bringer of life, from the east ye hail, where the sailor waits and sets his sail. I bow before you and I honour thee. Lend me your strength and prosperity. Ye that fans the blessed fire, work my will by my desire. Upon this path this very day, aid me as I walk our way. Blow away all negativity, all doubt and worry away from me. Mind be open, bright and clear, free from life's stresses and fears. This I humbly ask of thee, as thy winds blow and caress me. We move forward now to the element of fire.
Next up is the elementals, magical spells and wonder of fire. Candle spells are the most popular kind of witchcraft spell and are a great example of using fire. Fire is primal, fire is powerful, purifying, and should be used for spells involving passion, strength, energy, creativity, and to dispel anger, that no longer serves you. And for the spell, gather some fresh ginger and some black pepper. Let's move on. Fire.
Now ready yourself for meditation. Sit facing the south. Have a candle lit, your wand in your hand, if you wish, and gently breathe, receiving your breath from the universe. Avert your gaze, looking gently down your nose, or close your eyes completely. Focusing on the fire within your body. Connect to the eternal elemental fire. Sense the fire within your cells as they burn up carbohydrates to keep you alive. Be aware of the friction of the carbohydrates as you burn them within your being. Honor and give thanks for the power of fire in your life, for the passion, the courage, the energy, the experience, the heat of your body. Feel the cooler air we inhale in contrast with the warmth of the air as it leaves our being. Feel our hearts pumping together as one beat, and call to mind the myriad of chemical combustions taking place at a cellular level. The sparks of electricity in our muscles, our nerves and our brains all firing randomly, beautifully, in synchronicity. All of this energy is borrowed from the element of fire. Fire, fire, the element outside of us. Fire, fire. The element outside is the raw physical energy in the universe, from the nuclear fusion in the heart of the sun to the warmth of a cup of coffee, from the molten core of our planet to the chemical energy stored in our food as fat, sugars, and proteins. We feed our body by taking in the sun's energy embodied in plants, or for those of us who aren't vegetarians, flesh. We warm ourselves in the rays of the sun, either directly or through burning fossil fuels that grew in the sunlight in ages gone by. And we have to keep replenishing the body's fuel because the element of fire is forever leaving, radiating from our skin, wafting away in our exhaled air, lost in the warmth of our feces and urine. And so the fire element, like earth and water, simply flows through us, unstoppable. As we observe the energy within our bodies, we can be aware that it is actually another river, a river of energy passing through this form, that it is not ours at all. This is not me, this is not mine, I am not this, the element of fire. As you are ready, wriggle your fingers and toes, take a sip of water and come back, getting ready to fire not one, but 2 spells for the element of fire. We are going to first do a spell for passion. Get involved in an important project, but one you are having trouble getting really excited about. This will help bring passion into your attitude with a little magic. Draw together 4 red candles if you can, or white if you cannot source red, a piece of fresh ginger, and a couple of pinches of cracked black pepper. Now you'll need a piece of fresh ginger root, please no ground or powdered. Most grocery stores carry them. Set out your red candles, 3 of them in a triangle shape, with 1 in the middle. Slice a very thin slice of ginger and put some cracked pepper on it and place it on the center candle. Light the outside 3 candles, not the middle one. Let them burn for a few minutes and repeat the following, surrounded by the heat of the candles. Surrounded by flame, draw to me. Surrounded by flame, draw to me. And again. Surrounded by flame, draw into me. Surrounded by flame, draw into me. Again. Surrounded by flame, draw into me. Draw into me. While you repeat the spell, concentrate on drawing energy from the burning candles into the middle one, which represents you. And after several minutes, light the center candle and let them all burn down by themselves. And at the end, pick up the piece of ginger out of the wax afterwards and carry it with you for some energy boosting to fire into that project you've been having trouble feeling abundance for. We are going to do a joyful candle spell under the power of fire to bring more joy into your life. Gather 3 candles, some marjoram and rosemary, and some cedar or other wood oil to anoint the candles. Anoint your candles, light them, and sprinkle some of the herbs around the base of the candles and focus on the flames. Feel the heat of the fire fill up your soul and repeat the following. Happiness and joy come into my life, away with anger, stress and strife. I am happy, I am free, no more negativity. Now pass your hands through the warmth of the flames, preferably without burning yourself, and leave the candle to burn, all on its own. Blessed be. Let us move forward for a prayer for the element of fire, and please say it with me. O great element of fire, that cleanses and purifies, ye that flickers and dances from earth to sky, ye brings warmth and security in thy sacred flame, from the south ye comes, as I call thy name. Passion and strength are born of thee, the flame of life burns deep within me. By candle and hearth and blessed bonfire, work my will by my desire. May you light my path this very day, as I walk my life upon my way. I bow to you as I honour thee. Lend me your strength, passion and vitality, that I may share with those I know, and your flame will burn and ever grow, so mote it will be. Water energies represent the feminine divine, the feminine, the underworld, the fluid emotions, and is often used for spells of love, fertility, friendship, healing, and sleep. A word about those love spells now. If you do not love yourself, you cannot give to anybody else in freedom and the way it is meant to be. The watery wombs of our waterways are calling you home. Crystals like aquamarine and moonstone are great water additions, as are also
herbs such as lavender. Now, a chalice or a cauldron is the usual altar tool, but for our spell, gather some rose petals and some rosemary.
Let us prepare now for our meditation on the element of water. Sit with your cauldron or chalice facing the west, breathing easily. Take a sip of water. Avert your eyes or close them. Receiving your breath and letting it go. Meditate now on water, knowing that your body is nearly 70% water. Feel, sense your blood flowing through your veins. Feel, listen to your heart beating. Hear it, pumping life all around your body. Hear the beauty, feel the beauty of the waters of life of your blood. Feel it. Feel the power of it, the passion of it, the water in your life, the love, the compassion, the sensitivity. Send out waves of gratitude for the gifts of the element water, starting with those manifestations we can directly experience. Feel the saliva in your mouth. Taste it, hear it. Feel the mucus, the pulse of your blood, the sweat. Feel the moisture of the out-breath. Look down inside, feel the pressure of your urine in your bladder. Feel the blood in your veins. We will move on now to those things that we may only experience in our imagination, but we know that they are there pulsing. The lymph, the clearing system of our body, the fat, the synovial fluid within our joints, keeping them mobile and working. The cerebrospinal fluid that pulses 8 to 12 times in the infinity symbol from the top of your brain, down your spinal cord, to your sacrum and back again. All the liquid that permeates and surrounds every cell of your body. Now contemplate the element outside of ourselves, calling to mind the great oceans, the rivers, the streams, the brooks, the water that permeates the soil, the rain, the clouds, the water inside plants and animals inside you. We see, we hear, we feel these things as we know our experience of them. Now we experience that all of the water within our bodies, which we think of as us and ours and ourselves, however in reality it is simply borrowed for a while from the outside world. Then it's quite literally flowing through us and we do not own it. For there is only one water element. There is no me water. There is no other water. And so we reflect. This is not me. This is not mine. I am not this. Take a moment to quietly come back, wriggling your fingers and toes. And take a sip of water as we move on to create our watery spells. Although drinking is a common part of water magic and casting spells, for me, a ritual bath is the most amazing way to bring some water energy into our spells. So very commonly, you will find me in the bathtub at home. And I have to admit, our bathtub isn't much of a bathtub. It's rather small, and I don't all quite fit in. However, it is what it is, and I make the most of it. So here, draw your new moon psychic bath. Now this is a relaxing bath, and it will help bring out your natural psychic abilities, and it will connect you with the energies of the moon. So do try performing this during the phase of a new moon if you can. I like to drop at least 3 cups of Epsom salts into my bathtub, half a cup of baking soda, and some beautiful products such as some natural rose petals or your favourite natural oil remedy that you may have from a store. Here in Australia we have Lush products and they are beautiful to put within your bath. Add some jasmine flowers, some essential oils, and pour it into your bath full of hot water. Now, you hop in and soak. Careful getting in, because sometimes the Epsom salt can be a little bit rough underfoot, so you want to swirl it around to break it up. And whilst you are floating, open up your mind to new ideas and experiences. Stay in the bath until the water is cool. Now, while you are there, you may like to cast a spell for your peaceful dreams that will come after your delicious bath. Take your hand and make a circle 3 times over your belly, over your head, and over your feet, and say, "Bring me quiet, bring me peace, ease my dreams, nightmares cease." Repeat it 3 times. Bring me quiet, bring me peace, ease my dreams, nightmares cease. Bring me quiet, bring me peace, ease my dreams, nightmares cease. And when you are ready, dry yourself up and go to sleep. And may your dreams bring you peace. Blessed be. We draw in now for a prayer for water. Please say this with me. O great element of water, of the tide and the seas, of the babbling brook, the gentle rains that ride the breeze, bringer of life, from the west you cleanse and sustain me. In the storms you bring me your strength and fluidity, your flowing essence and vitality. This I humbly pray as I honour you in my life today. Through waterfall, river and sea, may you charge and empower me. Wash away all stress and woe. Let my thoughts like the rivers flow. Let confusion fade away, so I may focus upon my day. As above, so below, the mirrors of life are everywhere. Listen with your eyes, see with your touch, hear with your fingertips. For there is magic everywhere. So mote it will be. I hope you have enjoyed working with the elements. So let us have a brief recap now, and we will also partake in an invocation. For the element of the east corresponds with the element of air, representing the mind, the intellect, and our ability to reason, the power to know. And it is the time of the morning light, the springtime. And so let us take up our wands and say,
O guardians of the east, I summon the powers of air, windswept meadows breathing light, fantastic torrents removing strife, with clarity the power to know. We invoke you. Take a moment to focus on your breath, feeling the powers of the element of air as you receive it and as you let it go. Say, and by the powers that is my breath, be with us now, and by the powers that are your breath, be with us now. As we give thanks to the honor of the south, for it corresponds with the element of fire, representing passion, energy, the powers of fierce change and will. And it's time to see the high noon in the summertime and take up your Athame. And we will give thanks to the element of the south by opening our hands to the south, the fire, and saying, Hail, guardians of the south, I summon the powers of fire, blazing flame and crackling fire, the quickened pulse of my heart's desire with energy and the power of will. We invoke you. Now, you might like to move and to dance vigorously or energetically to feel the energy of the south. And when you are done, say, by the fire that is my spirit, be with me now. By the fire that is your spirit, be with me now. And today we now thank the element of the west corresponding with the element of water, representing the deep self, the emotions, our intuition, and the power to dare. So it's time for the twilight, for the sunset and autumn, and to take up your cauldron or chalice and say, O hail, guardians of the west, I summon the powers of water, rushing streams, vast dark oceans, poetry of the soul in pure motion, with intuition, with feeling, and with power to dare. We invoke you. And move fluidly like the waves, or quick like the waves, feeling the element of the west. And when you are done, say, by the waters of my womb, be with me now. This applies to you men too, except bring it to your hara. By the waters of my hara, be with me now. And then to the element, by the waters of your womb, be with us now. So just a quick note on that again. For the women, say womb, and for the men, hara, representing the sacral center. And to the element of the north, represented by the earth, the powers of stability, birth, death, the power to keep silent. It's a time of midnight, the dead of winter, and it's time to take up your staff or your pentacle and say, we honor you, the guardians of the north. We summon the powers of our divine earth. We go into the cave of darkness, standing alone in celebration of flesh and bone. In stillness, the power of silence. We invoke you and stand stealthily, strongly in silence, feeling the body of your staff or feeling your pentacle and your connection to our earth. Then say, by the earth that is my body, be with us now. By the earth that is her body, be with us now.
We started this section by drawing heaven down to earth and earth up into our heart's center. For we are now in the center, and the center corresponds with the element of spirit, ether, God, goddess, that represents the deep self, the harmonic resonance with each other, those vibrational forces, the layers of the human soul. It is that which connects the directions of earth, air, fire, and water. And so when we finish, it is also time to thank our Mother Earth and Great Spirit. And you can do this by saying, as above, so below, as within, so without. 4 stars in this place be, combined we call the 5th to me. And round we go, whilst in the centre we remain stable, woven together to make this circle complete. We thank our Divine Mother Earth for all her blessings, and Divine Great Spirit for the gifts you have brought to us. This completes our short exploration on the elements. Merry meet, dear ones, and welcome to this section, which is essentially about the moon. However, we witches are all about balance. We believe that the patterns of a hologram, everything, is both masculine and feminine, all the textures that we touch and feel. And so we will be expressing union. Now you already know that within the craft, many mystical symbols are ascribed to either the divine masculine or the divine feminine. However, of course, like us, they are a combination of the two. Now, traditionally, our beautiful moon is ascribed feminine energy, associated with the goddess. The moon moves through her phases, the triple goddess, from the maiden, the mother, the crone, from new moon to full moon to the dark moon. And the balance is our Father Sun, considered to be a part of God as the light and the life giver, for his rays beam upon our Earth Mother to help her bloom into life. And please know that some traditions hold the sun as feminine and the moon as masculine, though the most common is moon feminine, sun masculine. The following, we are initially going to dive into a meditation of balance. We are going to see the sun rise and fall, and the moon rise and fall within our beings in equal union, perfect love and perfect trust. And then the following part of this section will be all about the moon and her phases, including drawing down the power of a full moon, which is a rich, wild and wonderful ritual that I engage in often. I'm a very lunar person, and particularly at the farm, I will remain outside under her rays for hours. So let us move forward in love and grace together. Blessed be. Merry meet, and my humble apologies, for I have gone ahead and recorded our new moon section, not realizing that Dexter, the little pint-sized dog from next door, was barking all the way through it. Well, not all the way, but some way. I was so engrossed and immersed in what I was doing, it wasn't until much later when I came to edit the video that I discovered that Dexter's presence was very much here. At a later time, I will come back and re-record this lesson. However, for now, I ask your humble blessings and accept Dexter, the dog, from next door. Merry meet, dear friends, and welcome to the new moon. I love this time of the month, for it is a time when new possibilities are perched and waiting for us to grasp them. It is perfect timing if you are looking for change or to draw something to you. Maybe you are looking for a new home, a new job.
maybe even something simpler than that, a bright new jacket. Whatever it is you desire, the new moon is a beautiful lunar phase to ask, to call in what you are looking in for in your life. Now, we are going to do a spell together and it's a lot of fun. However, you need to do a little bit of preparation. First, if you are, for example, looking for a new job, I ask you in the time of the dark leading into the new moon to meditate. Find what you need to leave behind and ask, once you've left behind all that you no longer need, for inspiration to come into your heart's desire to feed your dreams. Prepare also if you are looking for a new job. Check out what is available. Make a list of what you do like, what you don't like, what makes you feel happy. And draw in these elements, casting your seeds to see what might be the internet, all of the places where jobs are advertised. Start drawing them in so that you know where you will be heading. It is time for you to write down a list of all of the amazing qualities you have. Personal attributes, work experience, studies, qualifications, community work, everything that rounds you out. Have a personal CV and a job CV and see how they match. Look out to the universe for the infinite possibilities. And when you've finished these tasks, your personal CV and your job CV, I then want you to bring them together to see what union they are going to bring to you. For part 2 of this, write an advertisement for your ideal job if you have not found one. However, if you have found one on the internet or within a newspaper, for example, print it out and blow it up so it's a nice A4 sheet. But as I said, if your perfect job isn't there, create the advertisement for it and print it off if you are able, or draw it in a journal. For this becomes part of the record for the spell and the work that we are going to do together. So now you have your integrated CV and you have your dream job. I ask you to gather 5 candles. They can be any colour, and some herbs, some cinnamon bark, some basil, some bay leaves, and some oil. Any oil that you would like that was going to draw in good luck to you. If you don't have any essential oils, have a look around your yard or the neighbourhood for a lavender plant or a rosemary bush and get some of those, because you are easily able to crush the oil out into your hands to infuse your work. Don't do that yet, just gather them ready for the work. For the spell, take your central candle and put it in the middle to represent Great Spirit, and then place your other 4 candles around it, representing the directions of earth, air, fire and water. If possible, put down some cinnamon, some basil, some bay and sandalwood. And with your essential oil, in my case some rosemary, take it to your central candle and start rubbing, infusing the candle with the oil from the plant. And as you are doing this, working up and down and all the way around your candle, start thinking, visualizing the job of your dreams, that it is coming your way. Or in my experience right now, I'm trying to manifest a new house at our farm. So whatever it is that you wish to bring to you, keep rubbing the oils into the candle and imagine your dreams being brought to you
like a thunderbolt coming to you. And when you are ready, we will then look at the other 4 candles. Place the sandalwood, the bay, the cinnamon and basil next to each of the candles. And with each of the candles now, light them one by one, bringing in the 4 elements. And as you are lighting them, pay homage, visualizing all the time the light that is coming together with great spirit. Once you have lit the 4 outer candles, then light your central candle. With all 5 candles now alight, take up your CV, or in my case, my house plans, and start to gently pass them over the flames and say 3 times, "O sandalwood and bay, cinnamon and basil, now I burn thee, please bring that job to me. O sandalwood and bay, cinnamon and basil, now I burn thee, please bring that job to me. O sandalwood and bay, cinnamon and basil, now I burn thee, please bring that job I wish to me." Be present with a smile on your face, looking at your lit candles, and say, "This is me, these are my skills. Now I shine like the stars. Job of my dreams, I'll find you wherever you are." And again, with a big smile on your face, "This is me, these are my skills. Now I shine like the stars. Job of my dreams, I'll find you wherever you are." And one more time. "This is me, these are my skills. How I shine like the stars. Job of my dreams, I'll find you wherever you are." And if you have your cauldron nearby, you may light it. Take the sheets that you have in front of you, the ones with your dreams, your CV, and place them in your cauldron. Please take care if you are going to use a cauldron. It is a common way that we send our dreams to the universe. And if you are, say, "I am competent, I am bold, job of my dreams," now you are drawn. Job of my dreams, come this way. And with every footstep, with every breath I take, job of my dreams, you are now here. Moon be my witness, I hold you dear. Job of my dreams, you are mine now. For everyone to witness, for everyone to see, as I send it out to the universe, so mote it will be. Now know that you do not have to burn your papers within your cauldron. You can fold them up and put them in an envelope and have them underneath your pillow to infuse your dreams so that they are with you, building all the way to the full moon. So there is a variation for you. However, if you have burnt your CV and your dream job advertisement in your cauldron, then divide the ashes into 3. Scatter one part to the wind, and in your own words ask for your job. And then scatter the second part in running water, asking the same of the water and scatter the rest of the ashes to the ground, asking from the earth to seal your spell, to give you the job of your dreams. Now, know that this spell can be modified for anything. I showed you our house plans. So, be it a new house, a new car, a new job, or maybe you are feeling full up of love and are ready to invite new love to your life. Or maybe, like me, you are planning a new garden. Whatever it is, write down your list of what you wish for and what you don't wish for, or your dream job, your inner qualities, your qualifications. Bring the lists together and work with the magic of the new moon. And please note, you can start preparing just before the new moon and continue through the 3 days of the new moon to maybe about the 4th day to really work the dreams of this moon. Merry meet. Now you know by now that the full moon brings clarity and focus in our lives. It is the fulfillment of the dreams, the hopes that you seeded at the new moon. So this is a great time to delve into your deepest self, uncovering your own mysteries and speaking to the deeper knowledge that is within you about your path and where you are moving forward to into the future. When we draw down the moon, we pull the essence and the power of the full moon goddess directly into our hearts, our souls, our whole selves. It is one of my favorite practices, and it always gifts me with a renewed sense of strength at this time of the month, both physically and mentally. My spiritual connection with the natural world expands and is enlivened. And this is why, by the way, why I always send out my offers for my courses on the full moon, because of the expanded energy that is about. However, if I'm releasing a new course, I always release it on the new moon. Learn to tap into the timings and work with the moon. Now, are you ready? Be prepared for a heightened physical experience. Energy will surge within the core of your being, flooding and moving out from here to evermore. It is commonly said that Samhain is the most perfect time for this ritual, as it is a most powerful time of the year. So wherever you are at this Sabbath, I do encourage you to try to find the time to flow with your awareness and draw down the moon during this sacred time. However, every full moon has its gifts and its offerings, and I encourage you to not miss out on any of them. So for this, I am eternally grateful to my maternal grandmother, for she taught me that everybody can access the power of the moon. You need no special gifts. You simply need an open heart and an open mind. So here is a simple ritual that anybody can follow who is willing to honor the power of nature and our immutable connection with everything, all of life, from the smallest grain of sand to the largest cluster of galaxies. We are one. And it matters not whether you are masculine or feminine. This is open to us all, for we are one breath. For there is no woman that does not contain the divine masculine, and there is no man that does not contain the divine feminine. So let us breathe together and slowly come together in perfect love and perfect trust to invoke the power, the ritual of drawing down the moon. One small thing
that I must mention. Please, when you are sending out your intentions during your ritual or casting your spells and doing your work, try not to be a beggar. Please, 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 woe, woe, woe. As above, so below. You should always use your basic rule for manifesting everything. Everything is available in the world of spirit. It's available to us on the earthly plane. However, know that if something does not come to you, maybe it is not meant to be, or you have not framed it correctly with an honoured, open heart. Now, as we move into this, I highly encourage you to cleanse yourself before you begin the ritual by taking a salt bath or a shower. If you wish, you may smudge yourself to get rid of all that has not gone with the bath. Spend a few moments receiving the element of air so that you are starting to drop into that trance-like walking sleep that I like to call when we go beyond into the other realms. Start to feel it, breathing with me, just gently moving your body. Allow yourself to literally sway with the rhythms, the elements of the power that you are feeling, whether you are in a room or whether you are outside. You're starting to really check in with yourself. If you have candles on, if you have a lit fire, then honor the element of fire and draw in any spirit guides, calling them to be with you as your helpers. And as your spirit guides are gathering around you, see if there is an intention that is welling up inside you. It may be one that you've thought of before we started. It may be one that has come on the wings of great eagle and flying to you on the back of your spirit guides. You may have one of your altar tools, a wand, an athame. I have my divine goddess athame because it is the full moon. Stand with your feet apart, face raised to the sky, heart chakra beaming, shining, open, radiating, gazing up at our moon, our beautiful, beautiful, divine moon. Slowly raise your arms up with your athame or your wand, or merely your fingers pointing at our divine moon, heart open, intently pouring your love into her and feeling her love radiating into you. And as you feel your divine connection, drawing the energy down. I'd say, I draw your power from the moon goddess, my beautiful moon, into myself. I merge with your essence, for we are one. And again, reaching up, heart chakra open, with your athame wand or merely your hands looking at our mother moon, and draw, merging yourself with her. Merge your essences and draw her love, feeling it pouring into your open heart chakra as you merge with her, saying, my divine mother moon, I merge with you, we are one. And again, feeling her energy growing stronger within you by the power of 3. Feel her radiating warmth, beaming directly through you, drawing down. I draw down your energy. You are part
of me, merging with your essence, knowing that you are one. Allow this energetic vibration to increase. Allow the power of the moon to enter into your hands. Feel her radiating in either your wand or your athame. Feel her lunar waves vibrating through you. When you are ready, bring your wand or your athame to your heart. Take your time. Feeling her vibrations, envision the moon entering, coursing through your entire being, radiating, sharpening all of your chakras, cleansing, clearing them. Feel her in your bones, your muscles, your blood. Feel her in your organs. Feel her in your fingertips. From the tip of your nose all the way down to your toes. Bask in the radiant gifts of her vibrations. If you wish to perform a specific magic spell, this would be a very powerful time to do it while you are vibrating at the higher energy as one with the moon. If not, place your wand or your athame in your left hand. Come down and simply breathe with me for however long you wish, embodying the energy, receiving the gift of the element of air, feeling it fusing with the radiance of the moon's rays. When you are ready, come down, sit on our Mother Earth, or simply reach down with your hands, plunging them, placing them on our divine Mother Earth to ground your power. And as you are doing this, feel the strength in your hands and your feet as you are firmly connected with our divine Mother Earth, having received the radiant vibrations from our moon. When you are ready, wriggle your fingers and toes and come back to me and know that as the moon wanes over these next days to come, feel how much more motivated you are and how you can create readily for yourself. And when you find these moments, don't forget to look up to the sky, no matter the time of the day, and to thank our grandmother moon, the moon goddess, for the assistance that she has granted in your plans. And if you are a journaler, write down your experiences. See how she moves you to flow in a creative, juicy, abundant way. Bright blessings to you on our vibrational path. Merry meet, my dear friends, and welcome to the dark of the moon. This is a fantastic time to let go of all that has no longer served you. Everything that you dreamt of from the new moon through to now that hasn't worked, it is time for it to fall away. We are going to start the process by reflecting first on your current life, your physical, your emotional, your mental, and your spiritual experiences. Consider this as you reflect right now, as we call in the corners, for during this journey, we are going to merge With a sacred tree in nature, we are going to become the tree, and we are going to descend, just like Persephone did all those millennia ago, into the bowels of our Mother Earth. And I will drum for you. During this time, you are going to let go of anything and everything that does not carry a positive charge for you. So let's start by calling in earth, air, fire, water, above, below, within. Again, earth, air, fire, water, above, below, within. And by the power of 3, earth, air, fire, water, above, below, within. To prepare, think about now, as I am going to drum for you. This is my shamanic drum. Drumming and other repetitive music creates a sacred space to help us slip through the portal to travel to the worlds, those known and unknown. As we gather our senses in this dark of the moon, we know it is time to retreat, to withdraw, to let go of all that has not served us. Prepare to travel to a sacred tree, one that you know, one that you have an interaction with the intention of merging with your tree. Feel your roots, your feet firmly upon our Mother Earth as you walk towards your tree. Walking steadily. Hold your arms out as the branches of the tree to fully merge with all aspects of the tree. Spread your fingers as the leaves of the tree walk towards the tree, becoming the tree. Step inside the trunk of the tree, seeing yourself strong and vital. Looking around inside the trunk of the tree, see the roots going down deep into our Mother Earth. Perceive this as a labyrinth, as a cell, as a tube, as a ladder into the underworlds, to the deep mysteries of life. And start your descent down this knowing. As you get to the doorway, to the descent, ask for assistance. Call any inner guide that you wish to descend with you down into the root of the tree, into the cavern of our Earth Mother. With your spirit guide as your ally, follow the trail down into our Mother Earth. You will see that there are many branches to the roots of this tree, as there are parts to yourself. When you have gone as far as you can, see this as your inner temple of grace and healing, and look out, find the gate of harmony. Walk up to the gate of harmony and ask the gatekeeper of harmony if you may enter. As you receive permission to enter the gate of harmony, expand yourself out into infinity. Feel yourself expand and feel yourself expanding in all directions, becoming one with everything. As you see yourself standing in the space of the gate of harmony and infinity, Invite all the fragments of your soul self that may have been missing or lost to return to you for healing, assured by the feeling of oneness. For we have let go all that no longer serves us in this dark of the moon. And in the harmony gate, we are seeking to become whole and complete. Seeing yourself whole and complete as you have let go, nurtured and healed. Walk back to the gate of harmony and thank the gate of harmony for the healing that has happened upon this day. Exit the gateway of harmony, and if you need guidance or counsel, walk towards the gateway of guidance. As you walk towards the gateway of guidance, with your spirit allies, ask to speak to your master teacher. Once granted entry into the gateway of guidance, seek out your master teacher. You will know them as they will know you. When done, thank your master teacher and the gateway of guidance. When done, thank the harmony gate. Thank the gateway of guidance and any other gateways that you may have discovered during your journey that are open. And slowly, with the wisdom that you have gathered and your spirit allies, make your way back. Slowly coming up out of the cavern of our Mother Earth into the tree root, seeing it as a root wrapped around you, warming, knowing, healing, nurturing, as you make your way back up through to the surface of our Mother Earth. Feel your feet upon our Mother Earth. And when you are ready, step outside the trunk, feeling your own proportions, your own normalness, the boundaries of your fingers, your arms, your legs, your head, your body. And walk forward with intent, knowing that during this brief time you have descended and you have let go of all that you no longer serves you, and that you have sought assistance from a master teacher and the gateway of harmony to see your own vision of yourself healed and whole. Never be afraid of the dark and the gifts that the dark brings, for they are a part of the whole of your soul. And when we are ready, thank earth, air, fire, and water, as above, so below, as within. This has been a very shamanic exploration into the dark of the moon. I do hope you have enjoyed it. Blessed be. Here we are at the end of our moon section. I'm quite sure that given my absolute love of our beautiful Mother Moon, that I will be bringing a lot more spells and rituals to you as time progresses. I don't think I could ever explain how connected I feel to her luminous energy. So although we talk about the moon, we think about the moon, we look up to the moon, she remains a mystery to us, and it has been that way for eons, and it will be so for all of time to come. And because of this mystery, the moon holds a fascination for everyone who can help but be riveted, absolutely glued to her beauty, her phases, her light, from the dark through to the new, as she waxes through to the full and wanes again. There is something that she is always there sharing with us if we have eyes to see and if we dare to tap in to her power, to her majesty, to her beauty and her wisdom. She has a place in our hearts. She had a place in the hearts of our ancestors. She has a place in our hearts, as she will for all of our future generations. So don't forget tonight, go outside and pay homage to our moon. The wheel of the year concerns the flow of energy, pouring in at one part of the year and ebbing out at the other. Our ancestors, quite wisely, recognized this as a time of balance, a time to receive, a time to pay out. This is something not well understood nowadays, when dark, death and winter are seen as evil, bad, something to be avoided. They are simply a part of the great cosmic balance. For us, death is not an end, but it is simply part of a cycle. As we sow the wheat grows, the wheat is cut down, the seed is collected to be planted again the next year. It is simply a wonderful part of the great cycle of life. It's part of the eternal return, and it is our task to understand this multi-layered pattern and work in harmony with nature, rather than always pushing against it, fighting it. The sun marks 4 very clear divisions of the year at the 2 solstices and the 2 equinoxes, which are referred to as the great cross-quarter days, and it is symbolized by the equal-armed cross found widely depicted on prehistoric artifacts and are some of the part of the oldest festivals that we know today. At the summer solstice, the day is at its longest. At the winter solstice, the night is at its longest. And at the spring and the vernal or autumn equinox, we have equal night and equal day. Now, these days have been observed by virtually every culture at some point of their histories. And now into our modern day calendar, we also have the cross-quarter days to make the 8 festivals or 8 Sabbaths that you are about to learn about. These cross-quarter festivals are also very ancient in origin and were almost equally as celebrated. They're based on the position of the stars rather than the sun, and although they are rarely celebrated on their true date, they are just as potent. It is a bit tricky to observe them on their true date today because of the changes that we have had in our calendar. However, we draw in the energies despite the calendar, and we celebrate them with gusto, vim and love. Let's move on now to the 8 Sabbaths. Welcome to your Yule Winter Solstice Ritual. Now, powerful healing is available on the winter solstice, and many of us choose to keep vigil all night long to witness the rebirth of the sun. Now, I fondly recall an amazing vigil I kept in the high mountains in Austria. It was an intense and wonder-filled evening of hope, love and healing. This is a perfect time for removing everything that holds us back and a great opportunity to sow the seeds for everything we wish to achieve during the coming year. But first, let us celebrate by making our Yule altar. So in the days leading up to Yule, make a Yule log, gather pine cones, berries and evergreen leaves, plant some candles, bring in the colours of winter, blues, silver and white. You may wish to place crystals such as ruby, citrine, carnelian, garnet or bloodstone, and add some herbs like sage, thistle, bay or holly. Bring in anything bright and colourful that represents the sun. And some people like to get a large pillar candle, and they designate this as their sun candle and burn it every day in order to fire their wishes. Now, if you do keep an all-night vigil or choose to get up just as the first rays of the sun of the day are appearing, then here is a very simple spell that you may cast before moving into a ritual to follow. Cast your circle in your usual way. Hold your arms up to the sun, looking into her early morning rays, or his early morning rays, depending on how you feel about the sun god, and say, "Fire red and burning well, into your heart I cast this spell, knowing that where I now dwell, my future soon you will tell." Hold your arms outward for as long as it feels comfortable, and then draw the sun's wishes back to your heart. Now for this ritual you will need to gather 8 pieces of paper and a pen, 8 yellow candles to represent the sun, or white or orange if none of yellow are available. Get some sunflower oil and cinnamon bark or powder. Mix these two together. Bring some essential oils of myrrh or frankincense, or maybe you have some incense that represents Christmas to you. 8 symbols of your written wishes, and this can be anything from a pebble, a feather, a dried flower, something you have drawn. Gather 8 ribbons and a simple box to store your ritual wishes. And before you use any of these things, get a piece of paper and write down everything you want to manifest during the coming year. Now don't judge your wishes, simply be spontaneous about what you should ask for. Cast your circle in the usual way and hold up to the sun your arms and draw in these healing rays. Now look at your pieces of paper, and upon each one write one of your dreams that you wish to manifest for this year. Keep moving around. If you do not have 8 dreams, then maybe one is more potent than the other. Or if you simply have one main dream you wish to manifest, then use all 8 pieces and write the same thing down. Now, once you have completed writing down upon these pieces of paper, place a symbol that represents the dream and anoint it with some of the sunflower and cinnamon oil mix. Next, light your incense or sprinkle a few drops of essential oils in the general direction around the paper and the candles. And now we are ready to begin. Place your 8 pieces of paper with their symbol anointed with oil and incense in a circle. And start with the north and light the candle. And say, "I light this candle to bring to me," stating the wish you wish to manifest that is underneath on the paper. And continue going around. "I light this candle to bring to me," stating your aim that you wish to come to you. And after lighting all the candles, sit down now firstly to the northern candle. Take your time, spend as long as you wish seeing this wish fulfilled, and then you move to the next candle to the northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest, going around each wish and seeing it, dreaming it into your heart center. Now, after you have finished these visualizations, clear your mind of all thought. Wait and see if any answers are granted to you at this time. And when you feel that the energy has settled itself, thank God, Goddess, the angels, the spirits that you summoned, and close your circle. And when all the candles have burned, go back to your circle, using the pieces of ribbon to tie each piece of paper with the symbol, finishing it with a knot, and then put your 8 charms inside your wooden box and place them under your bed or in a drawer next to your bed until the next winter solstice. Here is a Norse prayer that you may like to close your ritual with, for ritual is a time to set aside animosity between yourself and people who would normally antagonize you. The Norsemen had a tradition that enemies who met under the mistletoe were obligated to lay down their arms. So here we go. Beneath the mistletoe tree of light and life, a blessing at this season of Yule, to all that sit here at my hearth. Today we are brothers, today we are sisters, we are one, we are family. And we drink to our health, for today we do not fight, for today we bear no one ill will. Blessed be. And let us move forward to breathe in the blessings of Yule with love by the power of 3, so mote it will be.
The winter solstice is the turning point of time and the birthday of our beloved sun, a divine moment of new beginnings. All of nature poised, ready to step over the border of the year. Now the winter solstice was celebrated by people on every continent of our Mother Earth, from the ancient Babylonians, the Greeks, the Jews, the Celts, the Norse, and more. Depending on which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate around December the 21st in the northern realms and around June 21st in our southern hemisphere. For our father sun hangs low in the sky, the rays are weak, and the daylight hours are brief, the shortest day and the longest night. However, from this point onwards, our sun strengthens. Thus it is the death of the old solar year and the birth of the new. It is said that the solstice has been celebrated for more than 10,000 years. Archaeologically, we have found this to be true. The word solstice is Latin and it means sol for sun or sistere, to cause to stand still. During both solstices, the sun actually appears to rise in the same place on the horizon, and throughout the year it makes its way through the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Yule, or the solstice, is the actual beginning of winter. However, we have artificially moved it to the first of the month to baffle, confuse, and help us to forget about the natural ways. The ancients believed that the sun spent part of each evening in a cave, and the sun god is reborn at the winter solstice at midnight, when the constellation Virgo the Virgin is rising above the horizon. And now I shall tell you the story from ancient Egypt. The incarnated god Osiris died and was entombed on the winter solstice, and just after midnight the temple priests came forth announcing, "The Virgin has brought forth, the light is waxing," showing an image of the infant Horus. Osiris reincarnated, and this festival lasted for the 12 days, reflecting the 12 months of the year. This, coincidentally, is the origin of the Christian 12 days of Christmas. No matter where we travel, we see that many lands celebrated the 12 days of Christmas. In Old Britain, the weather of each day was reflected, they say, in the corresponding month to come, and in Scandinavia and Germany they held the 12 nights of the Wild Hunt. King Arthur is identified with the constellation of the Bear, which hibernates in the winter. Conveniently for us, the Christians found it easier to incorporate or take the ways of the ancient ones as their own. Thus the symbols of long ago endure and thrive today. A December festival to celebrate the birth of Christ did not exist until late in the 4th century, when the Christians simply adopted the popular solstice celebrations, honouring the birth of the divine child Horus, the sun. Now fire is the little brother of the sun. So fires were lit at the solstice to encourage the sun to strengthen and to begin the long climb back into midsummer. Around the fire, our ancient ones would dance, shamans dressed in deer skins and antlers, goat hide and horse head skulls and masks, and red was worn to give strength to the sun. To keep alive, the vegetation spirit houses were decorated with evergreens of holly, ivy, and mistletoe. Evergreens had great power, as they could withstand the winter death, and the mistletoe grows not on the ground, but on the branches of a tree, so it was considered very magical. The berries were regarded as the semen of the host tree, or by some as the lord of the trees. Although very rare, the most sacred mistletoe of all grew on the oak. Now the mistletoe represented the vitality of the tree and was used to strengthen the sun god in his weakened state. Amongst the Celts, warfare must cease at the time of the winter solstice and the mistletoe cutting, and later the Christian cathedrals and churches would lay mistletoe on their altars to celebrate the 12 days of Christmas, and in some cities, such as York, a general pardon would be proclaimed at the gates. In Scandinavia and other northern countries, including some Celtic ones, evergreen trees were decked with lights. The Romans decorated pine trees with images of Bacchus, and the custom of the holly decoration was carried on into the Christian era, although it was not brought in until Christmas Eve or allowed to remain after the 12th night. Now the ivy is the symbol of life and rebirth, and as it remains green throughout the winter for its spiral growth, which represents the path of the sun. Now Father Christmas is one of the gift-giving spirits that appears at the winter solstice, depending on which country you live in, of course. In European legends he rides a goat or a donkey, and the latter Saturnalian beast sacrificed with holly, clubbed at midwinter solstice. In Germany, he's also known as Furry Nicholas and called the rider of the white horse, which coincidentally is one of the titles of Odin. So take this knowledge with you as we move in to the ancient festival of Yule with love and light by the power of 3. Blessed be.
Welcome to the Sabbath of Imbolc, the great cross quarter celebrating the growing sun. Did you know that it is here with us for 2 minutes extra with every passing day? Flowers emerge, animals come out of hibernation, and lambing begins, a very potent symbol of renewal and regeneration. Now this festival celebrates change and it prepares us. And did you know, traditionally the farmers get out their ploughs ready to turn the land with the first furrow. The Yule log is finally burned. This custom, my dear friends, prevailed until the early 20th century, and even today in Rome, the manger scenes remain until Imbolc, or Candlemas, which was the church-inspired name when they took over this fine cross-quarter tradition. Depending on which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate around the 1st or 2nd of February in the northern realms and around August 1 or 2 in our southern realms. Down under, our father sun emerges, growing stronger in the sky. The rays are warmer, our hearts and soul are bright. However, in the northern hemisphere, Imbolc takes place during some of the coldest and darkest times of the year. People are genuinely longing for the warmth of spring and summer, and so they mark this day as a turning point, waiting for more from our sun. This is a Sabbath of purification after the shut-in life of winter, through renewing with our power with the sun. It is also a festival of light and of fertility, once marked in Europe with huge blazes, torches and fire in every form. Fire represents our own illumination and inspiration as much as light and warmth. Imbolc is also known as the Feast of the Torches, Lupercalia, the Feast of Pan, the Snowdrop Festival, the Feast of the Waxing Light, Bridget's Day, and probably by many other names as well. And many witches I know who follow the old Scandinavian custom like to wear crowns of lit candles, and many carry tapers during their invocations upon this sacred day. Now, I have mentioned Bridget. She was closely associated with livestock, regeneration, and light. Through the blessings of Bridget, people were granted the bounty of nature. Her very name means exalted one. Bridget was the mother goddess to many European tribes. She may have an ancient Vedic history. Imbolc and Bridget also have a connection to the Roman myths surrounding the celebration of Lupercalia and the Egyptian feast of Nut. She really got around, didn't she? Both are held on February or August 2. Now, Bridget's worship was so ingrained that the Christians couldn't erase her, so they made her a saint. The eternal fire of Bridget that once burned in St. Bridget's Cathedral in Kildare has a long, long history, as originally there was a pagan temple there. Who would have thought? The shrine and the eternal flame of the goddess Bridget are, coincidentally or not, at the same location. What dreams you placed and seeded in your Yule Ritual, do you remember back to those 8 pieces of paper, are beginning to manifest with the growing light. This is the time to tend the flames of your desire and lay down the foundations of what is to come. You are literally coming out of hibernation. We each light our own light, clearing out debris, shedding those dreams and desires not well conceived, and adding to the collection of birth stories of our Mother Earth. This is time to feed and nourish your heart and soul, and Bridget calls us to think of ourselves clearing that which is not of our highest good. Imbolc can bring change like the snake shedding her skin, and we must allow the old to drop away so that the new may seed within us. You may feel tender, raw, very exposed. Don't judge yourself harshly for these sentiments. Understand that like the eternal flame of Kildare, your true heart and soul self may never be extinguished. Let us move on to light the lights of Imbolc with love and ritual by the power of 3. Blessed be. Welcome to Imbolc. Now it is traditional upon Imbolc at sunset or just after your favourite ritual to light every candle or lamp in the house, even if for only a few moments, in honour of the sun's growing stronger every day. For this is the day that we celebrate the passing of winter to make way for the spring. Now it is time for you to gather for your Imbolc altar. I recommend you have a pillar candle. My ritual today will be with this beautiful orange candle and have 7 small candles to go around it. Please bring some cinnamon powder or bark and olive oil to anoint your candle. And how about some twigs to represent the past, and some green plant to represent the new, some crystals of clear and rose quartz, hematite and pearls, and maybe if you've got some basil in your garden, as I do, you would like to add it, or dill, whichever takes your fancy. Please make this fun, for this is Imbolc. Now, if you keep vigil, here is a simple spell that you might like to cast before moving into the ritual. Cast your circle in your usual way and hold your arms up to the dying sun and say, "This is the time at the Feast of Torches when every lamp blazes and shines to welcome the rebirth of God. We celebrate the goddess, we celebrate the god, and all earth celebrates beneath its mantle of sleep." We need to know that our ancestors and recognize that they relied upon the sun as their only source of light, and the end of winter was met with such glee and celebration. Now, although it's still cold in February and August, often the sun shines brightly above us, and the skies are often crisp and clear. They certainly are here down under. Now, as a festival of light, Imbolc came to be called Candlemas, and that was the way the Christians started to take it over. But on this evening, when the sun is set once more, call it back by lighting candles in this ritual that we are about to unpack together.
Set up your altar in a way that makes you happy and brings to mind the themes of Imbolc. Now, you may also like to have a warm cleansing bath in preparation for ritual, and whilst soaking, just soak on the concept of purification. And once you're done, dress in your ritual attire and begin the rite. Now, we will need a pillar candle for the middle, and here a beautiful orange one to celebrate. We will need 7 candles of red or white. Tea lights are perfect for this. And so you see, we have the sacred number of 8 assembled here for you. We need something to light our candles, so I've bought a box of matches and an old Christmas candle so that I don't have to continually light a match. I ask that you bring some old twigs to represent the dying of winter, as it is giving away to the sunshine to come. And let us also, while we're here, put on some new plants to welcome in the birth of the new. Some crystal quartz, some rose quartz, and a couple of other crystals just for you. Oh, basil from my garden. I love perennial basil. And the final crystal. So you see, it need not be elaborate. Simple is just beautiful. And now I'm going to anoint my candle. And for this, I have some cinnamon, some frankincense oil, and some olive oil. You can use peanut oil, sunflower oil. It really doesn't matter. It is up to you. Another thought, You don't even have to have the crystals. How about sprinkle some salt, some star anise, and a stick of cinnamon, just to spice up our altar, to bring a depth of warmth and vitality to it. Hereby on this Imbolc, I anoint my candle with sacred cinnamon and sacred oil of frankincense. On this day, I anoint my oil, I anoint my candle, I anoint myself. And with some of the oil that you have left, put a little dot on your third eye and your heart chakra, so that you may be open to all the blessings that are coming your way.
As you are lighting your first candle, say, although it is now dark, I come seeking light. In the chill of winter, I come seeking life. Move to the second candle. I call upon the fire that melts the snow and warms the hearth. I call upon the fire that brings the light and makes new life. I call upon the fire to purify me with your flames. Now light the third candle. This light is a boundary between positive and negative. That which is outside shall stay without. That which is inside shall stay within. Please light the fourth candle. I call upon fire that melts the snow and warms the hearth. I call upon fire that brings the light and makes new life. I call upon fire to purify me with your flames. Light the fifth candle. Like fire, light and love will always grow. Like fire, wisdom and inspiration will always grow. Light the sixth candle. I call upon the fire that melts the snow and warms the hearth. I call upon the fire that brings the light and makes new life. I call upon the fire to purify me with your flames. Light the next candle. O fire of hearth, blaze of the sun, cover me with your shining light, for I am awash in your glow, and tonight I am made pure. Move along to your last candle. Although it is now dark, I come seeking light. In the chill of the winter, I come seeking life. And pause. Think about Imbolc. For this is a time of healing and inspiration and purification. Do you have something damaged that needs to be healed? Are you feeling stagnant for lack of inspiration? Is there some part of your life that feels toxic or tainted? Then visualize the light as a warm, enveloping energy that wraps itself around you, healing your ailments, igniting the spark of creativity and purifying that which is damaged. Now, Imbolc is traditionally a fantastic time for initiations, be they into a coven or a self-initiation. This is a time for celebration. I offer you this prayer upon this sacred day. On this Imbolc day, as I kindle the flame upon my hearth, I pray that the flame of Bridget may burn in my soul and the souls of all I meet on this day. I pray that no envy, nor malice, no hatred or fear may smother the flame. I pray that indifference and apathy, contempt and pride may not pour like cold water upon the flames. Instead, may I spark of Bridget light and love in my soul, that I may burn brightly through this season, that I may warm those who are lonely, whose hearts are cold and lifeless, so that all may know the comfort of Bridget's love. Let us walk together through Imbolc towards the spring, Ostara, with love and ritual. Blessed be. Welcome to the spring equinox, named after the goddess of spring, of dawn and fertility, the German goddess Ostara or Estrus. This is a time of love and balance, for day and night are of equal length and all is in harmony. We are celebrating the end of the winter months with the old fires extinguished and the new fires kindled. In the old days, it was said that the old fires had to be extinguished before the new fires could actually be lit. Depending upon which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate around March 20 to 23 in the northern climes and around September 20 to 23 in our southern hemisphere. Now, this truly is a joyful time because life is bursting forth, and this is a time when all the elements within us must be brought into harmony. Easter. Now, this is an amazing time. This is a time when Christian and pagan traditions are once again interwoven. For the history of Easter reveals its rich association between the Christian faith and the seemingly unrelated practices of the early pagan religions. Easter history and traditions that we practice today evolved directly from the pagan symbols, from the ancient goddess Ishtar to Easter eggs and the Easter bunny. All have their roots in the old ways. Now, Easter, as we know, is probably one of the most, if not the most important, of Christian holidays, as it celebrates Christ's resurrection from the dead following his death a few days before on the Friday, a rebirth that is commemorated around the vernal equinox, historically a time of great pagan celebration because it coincides with the arrival of spring and symbolizes the arrival of light and the awakening of life all around us. Now, Easter eggs and the Easter bunny both feature in spring festivals of Ostara. They were initially held during the feasts of the goddess Ishtar or Iana. Eggs are an obvious symbol of fertility, and newborn chicks an adorable representation of new growth. Brightly coloured hand-painted eggs, chicks and bunnies are all used at this festival time to express appreciation of Ostara's gifts of abundance. In ritual, the egg stands for our spiritual hopes in the yearly cycle. The goddess Estra is from Germany. She is a goddess of the dawn and spring, and her name derives from the words dawn, the shining light arising in the east. Our word for female hormone, estrogen, derives directly from Ostara, the goddess of dawn. Now, Ostara was a fertility goddess, bringing in the end of winter, with our days brighter and growing longer after the vernal equinox. Ostara had a great passion and zest for new life, and her presence was felt in the flowering of plants and the birth of babies, animals, and we humans. The rabbit, well known for its propensity for rapid reproduction, was her sacred animal, and it's said for the best time of year to embark on a spiritual pilgrimage, be it inside of yourself or one of the many sacred places on our Earth Mother, is right here and now at Ostara. This is a time when being dormant or stagnant simply feels wrong and out of step, and it will cause you pain if you do not listen. This is a time to actively engage, take risks and reach out. A great time for personal growth. The timing means that the chances you are taking now are in harmony with nature. So nurture this thought as your chances of success are magnified at this time of the year. The gods and goddesses of fertility have returned to the land. There is new growth everywhere, and it is beholden upon us to bring forth our own seed dreams at this time. And know, dear ones, the seeds will grow if you have planted them as true reflections of where you are going. So let us move forward now and celebrate Ostara with love and ritual by the power of 3, so mote it will be. The rites of spring are a fabulous time to celebrate the rebirth of the soil and the land, for this is a beautiful time of balance as well as the season of personal renewal. Gather for your altar and spell some spring ribbons, feathers, seashells and pebbles. Bergamot is a fabulous essential oil, and candles are also great to use. Bright colours, maybe some bulbs, eggs, little rabbits, incorporate them all to bring in the themes of Ostara. Have fun at this spring equinox. Here is a spell to set you up well. Get up and welcome the first rays of day with this simple spell to cast before moving into your ritual that you may enjoy. Hold your arms up and welcome in the first rays of day and say, Spring goddess, gentle maiden, stepping from the icy earth, letting go of winter's fetters as the wide world breathes again. Chill winds rustle daffodils and blossom scatters, patterning the hill. Enter Flora, enter spring. We welcome you once again, so mote it will be. And let us move in to our ritual for Ostara. But first gather 3 candles, a small bowl of milk, and some sugar or honey. Welcome to our Ostara ritual. Now those of you who know me well know I love nothing better than being outside in the elements. However, it is spring and today it is pouring with rain, so I'm inside. But if you can, this is a fabulous time to be outside as the sun rises, reconnecting once again with our divine Mother Earth. I would like you to begin now by taking a moment to focus on the element of air. Feel it, inhale it, see if you can smell the change in the seasons. Depending on where you live, it may feel earthy, it may feel grassy. Here, it definitely smells rainy. See if you can smell the shift in energy, focusing, knowing how the wheel of the year has turned. Now that you have spent some time contemplating, smelling, breathing, tasting, touching our Mother Earth, light your first candle. And as you light it, say, I light this candle to symbolize the blossoming earth. The wheel of the year burns once more as the vernal equinox has arrived. Light and dark are equal, and like the sun begins to change. Our earth is awakened from her slumber. New life has sprung forth once more. Now light the candle that is her opposite and say, the sun draws ever closer to me, greeting the earth with her welcoming rays. Light and dark are equal. The sky fills with light and warmth. The sun warms the land beneath my feet and gives life to all upon her path. Finally, light your central candle. Now this candle is a representation of the divine in our lives. Whether you believe in something called God,
goddess, whether you identify it as a name or simply the universal life force. This is the candle that represents all the things we do not know, we cannot understand, all that is sacred in our daily lives. So with this candle, focus on the divine around you and within all living things upon this special day. And say, spring has come, for this we are thankful. The divine is present all around. From the cool fall of the rainstorm, to the tiny buds of flower, to the down of the newborn duck, to the fertile fields waiting to be planted, to the sky above and to the earth below. We thank the universe for all that you offer us. We are so blessed to be alive upon this sacred day. Welcome life, welcome light, welcome spring. Now take a moment to meditate upon these three flames and all that you have before you and what they symbolize. Consider your own place within the divine masculine, the divine feminine, and the sacred divine that is everywhere and within everything. Feel our earth, feel our sun, feel the divine, and know how you fit into the grand scheme of things. How do you find the balance between light and dark within your life? This is an important question to be asked. Now finally, blend your honey, your sugar, your milk together and pour it around your altar as an offering to the earth. And this is clearly if you're outside. I've got carpet here, don't want the milk and sugar on the floor, but in this way I will take it outside afterwards. And you can say something like, I make this offering to our blessed earth as thanks for the many blessings I have received and those that I shall come to know one day. Once again you've made your small offering. Stand for a moment, face your altar, feel the cool earth beneath your feet. Feel the wind upon your face or the air if you're inside today as I am. Take in the sensation of this very moment and know that you are in perfect balance between light and dark, winter and summer, warmth and cold, at a time of polarity and harmony. And when you are ready, you may leave your altar and your ritual. And if you're inside, as I am, it is time to take your milk and sugar or milk and honey outside and gift it to our divine Mother Earth as a blessing. Bright blessings to you upon this abundant day.
For here we grant a healing prayer for our Earth Mother at this time. The death sleep of winter has slowly faded, the rigour of the ground loosens, and the earth is once more born. Like Mithras and Osiris reborn from death, life returns again to this promised land, springing up as the snow melts away, as the soil warms and the days grow longer. Dew forms are long sprouts of new grass, bringing life back. Awaken, awaken, awaken and rise. Let the earth come to life again. We welcome the light, we welcome the spring. As we move forward now into Beltaine with love, light, by the power of 3. Welcome to spring, to Beltaine, the sacred rites of love. Now Beltaine typifies new life springing. Early spring always seems to hold its own special magic in our hearts. The earth giving birth to life all around, the trees appear to be bursting into green so quickly that you can almost see their leaves grow as they reach for the warmth of the sun after the long, hard winter. Depending upon which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate Beltaine on May the 1st in the northern realms and November the 1st in our southern climes. Now, Beltaine is an old Irish word meaning bright fire, and in the ancient times the Beltaine fires were thought to lend life to the springtime sun. Everywhere we look, spring fever is here. This is the time when the veils between the worlds are thin. It is time to speak with the spirits, with our ancestors. Now, May Day has long been marked with feasts and rituals. Maypoles, being a supremely phallic symbol, were the focal point of Old English village rituals. Many people would arise at dawn to gather flowers and green branches from the fields and gardens, using them to decorate the village maypoles. This is the holiday of union between the goddess and god, between man and woman. Hand fastings, which is a pagan marriage ritual, are traditional at this time. It is a time of great fertility and harvest, the time for reaping the wealth from the seeds that we have sown. Remember back to those 8 parcels that you sowed at Yule. Celebrations including braiding one's hair to honour the union of the divine masculine and divine feminine. And we circle the maypole for fertility and jump over the Beltaine fires for luck. Now, Beltaine is one of the major Sabbats. It is seen as a time where we celebrate sexuality as magical and holy, the divine within. We are celebrating all of life, the unity which fosters it. Now, the myths of Beltaine state that the young god has blossomed into manhood and the goddess takes him as her lover. Together they learn the divine secrets of sexual and sensual union, and through their union, all life begins. The symbolism in our lives and sexuality is clear in this ritual. We are part of a greater cycle. We are the sky, we are the earth, we are one together. Only in this way may we make change, and only in this way may we bring life, that miracle which occurs again and again throughout the power of the combined powers of the mother and father. Now, some traditions choose to only focus on this and this alone. However, the depths of the meaning go way beyond sexual union. They go to a beautiful ceremony called Hieros Gamos, which is the ritual of the cup and the sword. It is a part of our very being, and we each owe our lives to this great cycle of rebirth and life that springs always anew, just as we owe a death at the end when the time is here. Now, flowers and greenery symbolize the goddess, and the maypole represents the god. Beltaine marks the return of vitality and passion, getting ready for summer. And another common focal point of Beltaine rituals is the cauldron, which represents the goddess. And now let us move forward and celebrate Beltaine with love and ritual by the power of 3. Beltaine is a great time to celebrate the rebirth of the soil and the land, for the fires are a Beltaine great tradition, so make sure you get out and make some sparks on Beltaine Eve. Take full advantage of a fire pit if you have one, or make a small fire with some twigs and pieces of wood. Maybe you can light a fire in your cauldron. If not, a candle is just perfect. Whatever you have at hand, make use of it upon this sacred day. Now that the earth is lush and green, let's gather for our Beltaine altar and spellcrafting. Bring in the colours green ribbons. You can see my hand-fasting ribbons here from last year. Crystals like citrine, amber and topaz, oils of marjoram and vanilla. Bring in candles and your cauldron. Use lots of colour, beautiful, bright. Decorate your altar to reflect who you are upon this beautiful spring day. Now on the eve of Beltaine, the fairies are out in force, so here is a fairy spell to work with your own garden and backyard. Whatever you have, gather some flowers, some essential oil and some greenery. Now violets are a fairy favourite, but please use whatever you have. Gather them together, sprinkle a few drops of essential oil over them, and then add the greenery and tie the plants together with some ribbon, forming a beautiful little posy. Blow the fairies a kiss and leave the posy as a gift. Now sitting in your garden, meditate and say, "O fairies far and fairies wide, I offer you a gift, tied up in green for good luck, and sealed with a kiss. I can sense you, for I am pure of heart. Bless me with good luck, to boost my witch's art."
Welcome to our simple Beltaine ritual. Now, if all was equal and all was well, we would be out celebrating, dancing around the Beltaine fires with all our family, friends and coven friends. However, for many of us this will be impossible. At the very best, we should try to bring in a little nature, and that is why I have brought some of my little plant flowers in from outside. However, if you are able to be outside or near a giant tree, then this would be fantastic. Create a small charm or a token to honour the sacred marriage of the god and goddess. I always anoint my altar with the ribbons from my hand fasting some years ago. I keep them on the bed head at all other times, but bring them out for my altar blessings at this time. Put together your altar as a reflection of your Beltaine. So here I have the masculine and the feminine in crystal form, the smoky quartz and the amethyst. I have my masculine sword, my feminine sword, my masculine wand, my feminine wand, and these two tapping sticks depicting the rainbow serpent from our Aboriginal culture here in Australia. As you light your candle, let's move in to the Beltaine ritual. First leaning in and lighting the candle depicting the divine feminine on the left-hand side, the divine masculine on the right-hand side, and in the middle, the embodiment of the sacred of God, Goddess, Great Spirit, you who are known by 1,000 names, you who are the unnameable one. Cast your circle, taking a small token into your hand, and say, "O Mother Goddess, Queen of the night and of the earth, O Father God, King of the day and of the forest, I celebrate your union as nature rejoices in riotous blazes of colour and life. Accept my gift, Mother Goddess and Father God, to honour your union. From your mating shall spring forth all life anew. A profusion of living creatures shall cover these lands, and the winds will blow pure and sweet. Ancient ones, I celebrate with you. Here we are upon our Beltaine. We are blessed, we are one. We shall feast, and we are celebrating within our circle." So if you've got young ones and you're a little bit worried about phalluses and vulvas and the whole sacred sexuality of Beltaine, then I suggest take your packet of seeds and for each child give them a pot with some dirt in it and a handful of seeds, and modify the little blessing that I said before. And here we go. O Mother Goddess, Queen of the night and of the earth, O Father God, King of the day and of the forest, we celebrate here as nature rejoices in riotous blazes of colour and life. Accept our gifts of seed, Mother Goddess and Father God, in honour of our abundant Mother Earth. We plant seeds to renew. That new life will spring forth, a profusion of living colour on our abundant lands, and the winds will blow pure and sweet
With the ancient ones we celebrate all of life everywhere. So mote it will be. So you see, it's quite simple to adapt. A packet of seeds and spring is sprung. As the blessings of our ritual subside, let us devote a prayer to Beltaine, celebrating the greenery of our earth and the fertility of all. Bless, O threefold true and bountiful, myself, my spouse, my children. Bless everything within my dwelling and in my possession. Bless the kine and the crops, the flocks and corn, from Samhain Eve to Beltaine Eve, with goodly progress and gentle blessing, from sea to sea and every river mouth, from wave to wave and base of waterfall. Be the maiden, the mother, the crone, taking possession of all to me belonging. Be the horn god, the wild spirit of the forest, protecting me in truth and honour. Satisfy my soul and shield my loved ones, blessing everything and everyone, all my land and my surroundings. Great gods who create and bring life to all, I ask you your blessings upon this day of fire, Beltaine, blessed be. In the fullness of time, let us move forward and celebrate Litha, Midsummer, with love and ritual by the power of three. Midsummer magic and Litha, the power of the heat. Now in Britain, bonfires used to be lit on hilltops to honour the sun on Midsummer Eve, and people danced around the fires. In Scandinavia today, they still erect their maypoles, and much merriment is made. For this is a time for enchantments and pranks, so enjoy. Depending upon which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate Midsummer between June 20 and 23 in the northern realms and December 20 to 23 in our southern hemisphere. On this longest day of the year, let your hair down and be free. Turn your face to the sun and the shadows will fall behind you. Midsummer, or the summer solstice, is the most powerful day of the year, and we are here to celebrate the wonder of the sun god. Because this Sabbath glorifies the sun god and the sun, fire plays a very prominent role in the festival. The element of fire is most easily seen and immediately felt element of transformation, for it burns, consumes, cooks, sheds light, and purifies, and bay fires still figure prominently at midsummer rites. Most cultures in the Northern Hemisphere mark midsummer in some ritualized manner, and from time immemorial people have acknowledged the rising sun upon this very sacred day. I was once honoured to be at Stonehenge, where the heel stone marks the midsummer sunrise as seen from the centre of the stone circle. In the ancient times, the summer solstice was the biggest fire festival of them all, where the bale fires were ritually burnt to strengthen the sun. It was also marked with torchlight processions by flaming tar barrels or wheels bound with straw, which were set alight and rolled down hillsides. Now the Norse folk especially loved lengthy processions and would gather around their animals, families, and lighted torches and parade through the countryside as a celebration of this time. Midsummer has been one of our most important solar events throughout the evolution of mankind, the indicator that the year is about to begin waning, and thus winter would once again return. Now, while not all ancients were as precise in their calculations from an astronomical viewpoint, however, they were all keenly aware of the sun's progression and did most assuredly know when the solstice was upon them. The sun appeared to stand still and then disappears once more. Our ancients knew that life came from the sun. It is life-giving, life-supporting, and without it life would be lost. So the journey across the sun impacted life at every level in the course of time. It is only relatively recent, with the advancements of electricity, greenhouses, and transportation networks, has human reliance on the passage of the sun being lessened. Even so, this dependence lessening the sun is still crucial to our existence. We cannot live without it, and midsummer is a time when we should reconnect, to honour all that is abundant and flourishing in our lives, for the flowers smell their sweetest, the colours are their most vibrant, and the trees are the greenest, the berries are the sweetest, and the fairies are at their most playful. So please get out and enjoy this nature's lavishness, for it is at its pinnacle. And it is said that during the full moon on Midsummer's Eve, a mortal may dance with the fairies no less. Now, astronomically, this is the longest day of the year, representing the god at full power, although the hottest days of summer are yet to come. And from this point onwards, we enter the waning year, as each day the sun will recede from the skies a little earlier until Yule, when the days will once again become longer again. So let's move forward and celebrate midsummer with love and ritual by the power of 3. From sunrise to sunset, there is so much joy and celebrating to be done at midsummer, for we are here at the high point of the solar year. Let us dance for joy and honour the sun god. Since the Sabbath revolves around the sun, a candle should be lit for the entire day, especially if it's cloudy or raining, to draw in the sun's energy. The fire represents the sun, and it is a constant daily reminder of the power of the sun god. Since Litha is a time for celebrating the sun and spending as much time as you can outdoors, do try to set up a midsummer altar outside if at all possible. If you can't, that's okay, but try to find a spot near a window where the sun will shine in and brighten your altar setup with its beautiful warming rays. This is the time to experience our passions and the force within, to be conscious of how we use them and the gifts they can bring, and experience our own true power. Now make a list of everything you wish to manifest during the coming 6 months. Be complete. Include things related to your personal issues, to your career, and other factors like confidence, fun, clarity. And after sunset, light a candle of your choice, place a vase of flowers if you like next to the candle, and say out aloud for your casting spell. I gather in the power of this day of greatest light and call in the guardians of fire, earth, air, and water to bring the last grace of power in light to manifest my desires in the coming harvest. I ask that this be. And now read aloud your list. Then say, I hereby affirm that I am able and willing to allow these wishes to manifest, and I participate in the miracle of creation and with faith, so mote it will be. Allow the candle to burn until you go to sleep, and celebrate the energy of the evening in some way. Play music, raise a glass, allow yourself some indulgence. Enjoy, for we are here at the high point. Midsummer is the time of the summer solstice, so let us celebrate with warmth and power, with drums, rattles, music makers, a central candle to represent the sun, and a candle for each attendee.
So decorate your altar to reflect midsummer. Fresh flowers or some petals. I've brought in some shells, and you must have a central candle to represent the sun and a smaller candle to represent each person who is going to participate. Or if it is only you by yourself, then maybe just one. Whatever you do, just ensure that your reflection is an altar of you and how you feel at this time, being midsummer. For you have travelled so far from the depths where we planted all of those 8 parcels so long ago. Let's see the seeds of our dreams come true at this time. Now, whoever is going to lead should stand at the altar, but for the video's sake, I'm going to sit because we are space challenged here inside. Now, once you are ready, take your small candle that you will use to light the other flames, and welcome all that are here upon this sacred time. We are here today to celebrate the power, the energy of our Father Sun. The sun is the source of warmth, the light in all of the world. Today at Litha, the summer solstice, we mark the longest day of the year. From Yule until this day, the sun has been moving ever closer to the earth. The flowers are blooming, the crops are growing, and life has returned once more. Today we honour the gods and goddesses, and especially our Father Sun, and light the sun's candle. Now, using either your smaller light or the sun candle, go around and light all of the candles of your participants. And as you do, you may say, "May you be warmed and rejuvenated by the light of the sun. May you be warmed and rejuvenated by the light of the sun." If you are 2, then you will chant, "Gods who bring us light, we honour you. Hail Ra, whose mighty chariot brings us light every morning." And everybody will chant, "Hail Ra." And then you will say, "Hail Apollo, who brings us the healing energies of the sun." And all chant, "Hail Apollo." "Hail Salte, whose fertility blooms as the sun gains strength." Hail Salte. "Hail Helios, whose great steeds race the flames across the skies." Hail Helios. And then invite everybody that you have around your sacred space to take in the warmth of the sun, the blessings of the flowers, the seeds that have been granted upon this sacred year. Now know that in many pagan traditions, they traditionally honour the goddess. However, this is a very, very powerful time to recognise the sun god and to invite and celebrate the divine masculine. For we are equally divine masculine and feminine and must never lose sight of the sun god and the importance of the masculine divine. And midsummer is a fantastic time to celebrate the sun god. Now I'm going to drum in this small ritual to celebrate the divine masculine. Here is my drum friend. We are here as a family on this longest of days to honour the power of the sun above us in heat and strength that reminds us of the power of God. The God is strong, the God is powerful. He is virile and fertile. He is the Lord of the hunt, the King of the forest, and with the goddess, together they create life. I call upon the horned god, Cernunnos, Hern, Apollo. We ask you to honour us with our presence. Horned one, God of the hunt, Lord of the forest, we honour you tonight on the longest day. We celebrate the men of our lives, those who have raised us, those who love us, those we are raising. We honour you one, we honour you all. In the name of the sun god, so mote it will be. very important to think about the men we have known and those we will know in the future, to recognize the qualities that make them honourable and worthy of our love. If you have a fire burning, through all your offerings into the flames, and if you don't have a fire, place your offerings on the altar instead. Take a few moments to reflect upon the balance between the divine masculine and the divine feminine. It is critical, dear ones, that we bring balance back into our earth. Think about all the men you've known and all those that you will know in the future. Recognize the qualities that make them honourable and worthy of your love on this blessed day.
Here is a Litha prayer for the earth. Great God, Father of the earth, shine down on this your strongest day. Blessed Goddess who gave us birth, bless us who honour your ancient way. As summer's light falls to the ground, lending crops and trees its power, the summer winds blow warm and round, touching the corn silk and the flowers. We give you thanks, our Mother Earth, we praise you, fire of the sun. We dance this solstice day with mirth, from dawn's first light till the day is done. Let us move forward to celebrate Lughnasdha with love and ritual by the power of 3. Welcome to the Harvest Festival of Lughnasdha or Lammas, and don't get caught up by the name. It is Lughnasdha or Lammas, quite easy you see. Now the names are derived from the god Lugh, commemorating the funeral games of the Celtic god of light and wisdom as our sun retreats. And Lammas derives from an Old English phrase, halve mess, which translates into loaf mass. In the early Christian times, the first loaves of the season were blessed by the church. The time of harvest, when the seeds we have sown provide the fruits of the season. Now, depending on which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate Lughnasdha or Lammas between August 1-2 in the Northern Hemisphere and February 1-2 in our Southern Hemisphere. This is a time to celebrate all that you've harvested, both in your personal and professional life over the past year. Take some time out for meditation. If at all possible, go to your local park, walk through the woods and spend some time reflecting on the beautiful surroundings, the changes of colours that you see everywhere. And if you are a baker like me, then it is time to bake bread to give thanks for all that we have reaped. This is a truly amazing, deep, thankful time for reflection, and we are reminded to be in step not only with the cycle of our Mother Earth, but to honour the time of life that we are in. Be you maiden, mother, crone, a young lad, a father or sage, this time is gifted to you to reflect, so don't miss out on the opportunity. Now, grains have been celebrated since time began. They have held a very special place of importance in civilization, almost back to the beginning of time. Grain became associated with the cycle of death and rebirth. The Sumerian god Muse was slain, and his lover Ishtar grieved so heartily that nature stopped producing. Ishtar mourned Tammuz and followed him into the underworld to bring him back. And for those of you who are aware, this is a very similar story of Demeter and Persephone. In Greek legend, the grand god was Adonis. Two goddesses, Aphrodite and Persephone, battled for his love. To end the fighting, Zeus ordered Adonis to spend 6 months with Persephone in the underworld and the rest with Aphrodite. A feast of bread in early Ireland. It was a bad idea to harvest your grain any time before Lammas, for it meant that the previous year's harvest had run out earlier, and this was a serious failing in agricultural communities. However, on August the 1st, the first sheaves of grain were cut by the farmer, and by nightfall his wife had made the first loaves of bread of the season. Projects and personal goals we have set in motion earlier now reap their bounty, and so it is important for us to examine these changes and see how we are affected. Have you noticed that there are a great many craft festivals around at this time? This is because of the association with the god Lu. He was a very skilled god, and it is also a time to celebrate talents and craftsmanship. This is why there are so many crafts festivals. All of the skilled artisans are out selling their wares. In medieval Europe, guilds would arrange for their members to set up booths around the village green. They would decorate their booths with bright colours of fall colours, those rich reds, yellows, oranges, amazing colours of the falling leaves. So it's little wonder there are so many modern Renaissance festivals that begin around this time of the year. Now, some people with the change of the calendar year make personal goals at this time. Whether it is spending less money, kicking a bad habit, or spending more time with people we care about, Lusana or Lammas is a day when we can look at what we've accomplished so far and see if we have been true to ourselves. So use the day to give thanks what you have, or to look deeper into yourself and how the season has truly affected you. However you choose to celebrate this day, do keep in mind that all of the Sabbats are for honouring the god and goddess. Let us move forward now to celebrate Lammas rituals together with love and honour by the power of 3. From sunrise to sunset, there is much joy and celebrating to be done, for we are here in gratitude for what we have harvested in our lives at this time. So let us reflect and be thankful for the gifts that we have received. Use this time to declutter and clear and be thankful. Help a neighbour. Do good works for our Mother Earth. Build a small altar reflecting the values of the Sabbath. Make it earthy and rich with the gifts of the season. Now here is a spell to release and take back your power, just in case you need to release something or an event that no longer serves you at this time. Now this spell may be performed at any time. However, the waning moon is most suitable, or a Saturday, as it marks the natural end of our working week. So we seek renewal on the day to follow. Now to prepare for this, run a long bath. If you don't have a bath, have a cleansing shower. Put in up to 3 kilos of Epsom salts into the bath. 3 cups is a minimum. Trust me, it feels divine. Have candles lit all around. And add some dried lavender from your garden or rose petals for extra bliss. Now the Epsom salts is a fabulous gift for aching muscles, and it works to drain you of any toxins that you are restoring. Relax into your bath and take as long as you need. And once you feel completely relaxed, focus on your in-breath. And after each inhalation, say, as the waves of the ocean are infinite, as the trees of the forest grow tall, let my work now bring me to harvest. I am ready to receive my all. Now repeat this 3 times. Spend some time afterwards quietly, focusing on your breath alone, and see what thoughts naturally arise. When you are ready, let your bath water go. I actually bucket mine out into the garden, as I live on the driest continent, and it helps save me from any guilt from using the water. Plus, it's a bonus for the fruit trees. And know that you have both cleared and cleansed yourself of all that you have chosen to leave behind and created new space for healing to move forward at this time. Now, grain is the heart of Lammas, and at the beginning of each harvest season is a milestone in many societies. Once the grain is threshed and milled, it is baked into bread and consumed, honouring the spirit of the grain god. This ritual celebrates both the harvest and the sacrifices we make each year, as well as the sacrifice of the grain god Lu. Decorate your altar with the symbols of the season: athames, sickles, golden goodies, grapes, corn, dried grains, autumnal foods like apples.
Hello and welcome to our Lusana or Lammas harvest ritual. And you can see we have the bread, the apples, the athame to cut away all that we no longer need, our water pictures, our mortar and pestle, some salt, some seed, some leaves to signify the passing, the death that is to come. But this is the time of harvest once again. Life, growth, death, rebirth have all come full circle. The god of the harvest has died once more so that we may eat and consume the bounty, giving us strength for the months to come. Now, with this, again I will sit because of where we are. But you would normally go around once, casting your circle, twice, 3 times. And when you are ready, hold up your glass of water, milk or wine to honour the harvest gods and say, the god of the grain is dying. Vegetation returns to the earth. We call upon the gods of harvest, asking them for our blessings. Tammuz and Lu, Adonis and Tamusi, Serenus and Attis, Mercury, Orisis. You were born each year and live in our fields and are sacrificed as a part of this circle. Now raising the energy with the fire of your candles around 3 times, you will go again, walking, 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 spiraling up to the skies above, walking 3 times again, feeling you grounding into our Mother Earth. And you'll hold up your Lammas bread and say, months ago we planted the seeds, and through the summer we watched them grow. We have tended the lands, the fields of our lives, and now we are blessed with the abundance you see and we share. The harvest has arrived, the grain has been scythed, has been thrashed, and has been baked. Thank you, Lord of the harvest, the gifts that are yet to come, and we will eat this bread, grain transformed by the fire in your name, to honour you, to the sacrifices you have freely given. If you are doing this with friends, break off a piece of bread for each participant that you have. And then, with the bread and the wine held high, pass around your cup of milk, water or wine so that everybody may take a sip and say, may we reap the blessings of the harvest. May we reap the blessings of the harvest. May we reap the blessings of the harvest. Take a sip. And some bread. And reflect. For as you may have noticed, this is a quieter celebration because we are being asked to be truly thankful, to be grateful for the gifts that we have received. We've done all the hard work and now it is here For we are about to move from here into the quieter days, the slower days. There is much to be done over the coming weeks to prepare for the days ahead. Blessed.
Here is a simple prayer, and one that you may use during your Lammas rituals, or even while you're harvesting the bounty of your own garden, honouring the many deities of the harvest season. Feel free to add in any gods or goddesses of your own tradition as well. The fields are full, the orchards blooming, and the harvest has arrived. Hail to the gods who watch over the land. Hail to Ceres, goddess of the wheat. Hail Mercury, fleet of foot. Hail Pomona, the fruitful apples. Hail Attis, who dies and is reborn. Hail Demeter, bringing the dark of the year. Hail Bacchus, who fills the goblets with wine. We honour you all in this time of harvest, and set our tables with your bounty, blessed be. Let us move forward and celebrate Mabon with love and life by ritual, by the power of 3. So mote it will be. Mabon means great sun, and Mabon is a Welsh god. He was a legendary hunter with a swift horse and an amazing dog. He may have been real, or he may have been myth. It was said that he was stolen from his mother Modron, the Great Mother, when he was just 3 nights old, but was eventually rescued by no less than the legendary King Arthur. Now Mabon marks the middle of the harvest, a time of equal day and equal night, and for the moment everything is in balance. This is a time to reap what you have sown, giving thanks for the harvest and the bounty our dear Mother Earth provides. A time for finishing old projects and plans, and planting the seeds for the new enterprises or a lifestyle change. Mabon is a time of celebration and balance. Depending on which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate Mabon between September 20 and 23 in the Northern Realms and March 20 to 23 in the Southern Hemisphere. Harvest what you wish, harvest what is come, and look back over the year that has gone. While you are looking back at what you have harvested, also plan for your future. In the rhythm of the year, Mabon, being a time of rest and celebration, is a great time to plan your future after gathering in the crops. Warm autumn days are followed by chilly nights as the old sun god returns to embrace the goddess. The passing of Mabon is inevitable, and the sun god should be mourned, for we too must remember that all things must come to an end. So the sun god journeys to the lands of the winter into the goddess's loving arms. However, endings are a good time to celebrate our successes, to thank ourselves, to thank those who have helped us, and take part in the great balance of life. Now that the Sun King has become the Lord of Shadows, setting sail towards the west, we follow him into the darker days as the fields are now barren and lying in wait, resting, waiting for us to give thanks to our creativity and energy as we've worked so hard with the wheel of life bringing our projects into being. We acknowledge this energy and time well spent, and we look to close projects now complete. This is a time to observe the annual migration of birds and animals, the trees changing colour, and the flowers are now few. The morning has taken on a distinctive chill as we wrap ourselves in our warming shawls until the sun comes to warm the day. Yes, it is hard to let go of the sensual, carefree, amazing energy of summer. However, by embarking on and marking the passing times, you make your passage through the year sacred and bountiful as you celebrate the mysteries that each quarter brings, rather than longing for something long gone. Questions for you to answer as we move forward. What is balance to you, and how do we find it in our modern urban society? Our society is so overly focused on consumption, burning of fossil fuels, speed, movement, noise, television, radio, internet, advertising, hurry, rush, go, go, go. The more you do is the message we receive constantly. Lights stay on all night. Grocery stores and more are open 24/7. Never rest is the message. How do we connect with a time of quiet, rest and night in this environment? What does this even mean? Ponder these questions as we look forward to moving forward in our lives. Now let us celebrate Mabon rituals with love and light by the power of 3. Let us work on this sacred day to harvest our dreams, our deep felt hopes, and rise, for the day and night are equal, time to celebrate. Now this is a time when we can dream deep for the future of spring to come, and we will gather incense of sage and myrrh. We will decorate our altar with flat stones, with autumnal colours and candles. Gather 6, if you please. Since this spell is all about balance, make sure your altar is set up in a balanced way. Start by visualizing any imbalance in your life or a particular situation, like too much work or too much stress, not enough love, and picture them being balanced out by whatever you are not having or lacking. If you are too overwhelmed to even figure out what you need, just feel yourself opening up to whatever the gods and goddesses send you in response to your prayer. Then light the light within your life and say, Earth and air, fire and water, grant to me my heart's desire. Balance now my troubled life, wash away confusion's strife. Even out the highs and lows, gently soothe the ebb and flow. Dark and light in balance be, from extremes please set me free. Calm, serene and peaceful, with ease and grace my days will fly. As above, so below, balance will be in my life bestowed. Now Persephone and Demeter are strongly connected with the time of the autumnal equinox. When Hades abducted Persephone, it set in motion a chain of events that will eventually lead to the earth falling into darkness each winter. This is the time of the Dark Mother, the crone aspect of the triple goddess. The goddess is bearing this time not a basket of flowers, but a sickle and scythe, and she is prepared to reap what has been sown. The earth dies a little each day, and we must embrace this slow descent into the dark before we can truly appreciate the light that will return in a few months' time. Now this ritual welcomes the archetype of the Dark Mother and celebrates that aspect of the goddess which we may not always find comforting or appealing, but that which we must always be willing to acknowledge.
Welcome to the amazing balance of Mabon, where you have already set up your ritual altar to reflect the season. Light a candle. For we are ready to move straight into our ritual and say, the land is beginning to die and the soil grows cold. The fertile womb of the earth has gone barren. As Persephone has descended into the underworld. As the earth has descended into the night. as Demeter mourns the loss of her daughter, as we mourn the days drawing shorter, knowing that winter will still be here. We raise our chalice in her honour, be it of water, milk or wine, and we say, 6 months of light, 6 months of dark, the earth goes to sleep and later wakes again. O dark mother, we honour you this night, and dance in your shadows. We embrace that which is the darkness and the shadow within. We celebrate the life of the crone, blessings of the dark goddess on this night. And we offer you blessings, Hecate, Kali, Iana, Demeter, O gracious goddesses, we thank you all. Now take a brief moment to reflect upon the darker aspects of the human experience and think of all the times when you have not honoured the darkness, the shadow within. For it is time to honour that and bring it out so that you can seek the light again. And when you have had a moment, acknowledge with your arms open. O bringers of destruction and darkness, I embrace you tonight, for without rage we cannot feel love, for without pain we cannot know happiness. If there is anger and frustration, we will let it go, for without death we know there cannot be life. O great goddesses of the night, we thank you, we welcome the shadow sides of us all. Take time to reflect how you feel. Have you been hurt? Have you hurt somebody? Do you need to descend with the dark goddesses to retrieve your soul part, to let it go, to bring love in your life once again? Know that the shadow is only a part of the light, equal light, dark, anger, love. Seek it every day.
And here is a prayer for Mabon. Now that the fall is here, why not do an autumn version of spring cleaning? Get rid of the emotional baggage you've been dragging around. Accept that there are darker aspects of your life and embrace them. However, don't let them rule you. Understand that a healthy life finds balance in all things. And here is a prayer for Mabon. A balance of night and day, a balance of light and dark. Tonight I seek balance in my life, as it is found in the universe. A black candle for darkness and pain, and things I eliminate from my life. A white candle for joy for the light, and for the joy and all the abundance I wish to bring forth. For at Mabon, the time of the equinox, there is harmony and balance in the universe, and so there shall be within my life. Meditate on the things you wish to change. Focus on eliminating that which no longer serves and strengthen the good around you. Put toxic relations into the past where they belong and welcome new relationships into your life. Let your baggage go, dear ones, and take heart in knowing that for every dark night of the soul, there will be a sunrise in the morning. Let us move forward now to celebrate Samhain, or Hallows Halloween, with love and ritual by the power of 3. If there is one holiday of the year that epitomizes the witch, it is Samhain, the Sabbath from which the modern Halloween originated, also known as the Witch's New Year, marking the end of the old and the beginning of the new. Now, depending upon which hemisphere you live in, you will celebrate Samhain usually on October the 31st. However, some traditions prefer November 1. And in the southern realms, you will celebrate on April the 30th or May the 1st. Now, this is a bit tricky for us as all the kids come to the door on Halloween for October 31. And I've spent many a year trying to explain to them that it is actually Beltaine, much to my son's horror when they were younger, as they would rush to snatch the lollies from me and give them out going, "Mother, they simply don't understand." Now, Samhain is pronounced Samhain or Samhain. It is not Samhain. The various names for this Sabbath are Samhain, which is Celtic, Shadowfest, which is Strago, Martin Mass for Old Hallowmas, which is a Scottish Celtic version, as well as Hallowmas, All Hallows Eve, Halloween, the Day of the Dead, the Feast of the Spirits, the Third Harvest, All Saints' Eve, and the Celtic New Year. Although this holiday is celebrated on October 31 or April 30, All Hallows Eve actually falls on November 7, but that's another story. Samhain marks one of the two great doorways of the Celtic year, for the Celts divided the year into two seasons, the light and the dark, at Beltaine on May 1 and Samhain on November 1st. Now, some believe that Samhain was the most important festival, marking the beginning of a whole new cycle, just as the Celtic day began at night. For it was understood that in dark silence comes whisperings of new beginnings, the stirrings of the seed below the ground, whereas Beltaine welcomes in the summer with joyous celebrations at dawn. Most magically potent time of the year is November Eve. All Hallow Mass. Now, around the 8th century, our dear friends the Catholic Church decided to use November 1 as All Saints' Day. This was actually a pretty smart move on their part. The local pagans were already celebrating the day anyway, so it made sense to use it as a church holiday. All Saints became the festival to honour any saint who didn't already have a special day of his or her own. A Mass was said on All Saints, which was called All Hallow Mass, a Mass for all of those who are hallowed. So the night before naturally became known as All Hallows Eve, which eventually morphed into, ta-da, Halloween. This is the most powerful night of the year to perform divination. Divination is done in many forms, but all seek to establish a look ahead, whether the answer appears good or bad. Samhain is considered the start of the reign of the god of the dark time, and the year when the sun goes lower each day and begins to weaken. I like to retreat inside and spend time cooking, curled up on the couch with a book, or just spend idle time just being with family and friends. This is a time to record your dreams and do personal meditations. Face your negative emotions and find their root cause. Don't sugarcoat things now. Not everything in life is lovely. That doesn't mean we should ignore a situation if it's hard. Honour the waning of things, letting go. And at this time, spare a thought for our elderly, as they are often dealt with rather than honoured, listened to or cared for. Listen to someone going through other endings, such as an ending of a relationship or a personal loss. But I particularly ask you to be respectful and honour the elderly. Now let's move forward now and celebrate the feisty Samhain rituals with love by the power of 3. On this night, the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest. We are saying our final goodbyes to people and animals who have moved on to the lands beyond the veil. Some use this time for prophecy and prediction, looking ahead or communicating with the spirits. Now this is the third harvest time and also a time for seed sowing, so it is a great night for deep reflection and inner work. Some meditation themes include changes, transition, endings and beginnings, passage, return, mortality and reincarnation, chaos leading to reorder. Get out your incense, patchouli, rosemary and allspice, decorations, cauldrons, candles, where colours are red, black and white, without black obsidian, smoky quartz and onyx, all working to fire up Samhain.
Recite this spell before divination on Samhain Eve. Mirror of shadow, reveal what I seek. Powers of old, secrets so deep. East and south, west and north. Watchtower guards, I call you forth. Travelling sphere, no harm to fear. Circle protects, here and there. Stars beyond from Pluto's realm. Scorpio rules God's golden sun. By the power of 3 times 3, Lord and Lady, so mote it will be. Whatever form of divination you are using, take a little time to reflect and go for it now.
Now, prior to ritual, sit quietly. Think of friends and loved ones who've passed away. Now, do not despair. Know that they have gone on to greater things. Keep firmly in mind that the physical isn't the absolute reality and that souls never die. Arrange your altar, light your candles and incense, and get ready to cast your circle.
Welcome one, welcome all to this Samhain Eve ritual. First I ask that you take up your sword, for we will cast our circle upon this very, very sacred night of nights. First go to the east. I call upon the watchtower of the east, the power of the air, protect our circle, blowing out the old year and welcoming the new. Move around to the south. I call upon the watchtower of the south, the power of the fire, to protect our circle, bringing the warmth and light to our bonfires. To the west. I call upon the watchtower of the west, the power of water, to protect our circle and wash away every sorrow and regret. To the north. I call upon the watchtower of the north, the power of the earth, to protect our circle and to keep us grounded on this magical night. We call upon God, Goddess. Rain your blessings down upon us on this star-filled night. As we work with our Mother Earth, bringing her powerful energy up from below on this powerful night. May the powers of the One, the source of all creation, all-pervasive, omnipotent, eternal, may the Goddess, Lady of the Moon, and the God, Horned Hunter of the Sun, rulers of the elemental realms, may the powers of the stars above and the earth below bless this place and this time and all we share it with now. Pick up your wand, facing your altar. Mark the infinity symbol. And say, on this night of Samhain, I mark your passing, O Sun King, through the sunset to the Lady of the Young. I mark also the parting of all who have gone before and all who will go after. O gracious Goddess, eternal Mother, you who gives birth to the fallen, teach me to know that the time of the greatest darkness is also the greatest light. And place your wand on your altar. Now move to light the candle within your cauldron. This is, of course, if you're not outside with a bonfire or a pit fire in your backyard, which is ideal, but not always possible. Sitting before your cauldron, taking a piece of paper and gazing at the flames of the candle into your cauldron, say, "Wise one of the waning moon, goddess of the starry night, I create the fire within your cauldron to transform all that is plaguing me. May the energies all be reversed, from darkness to light, from bane to good. Hecate, 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 be with us with your light. Hecate, 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 let the year be bright. Horned God, horned God, horned God, keep us safe and strong. Horn God, horn God, horn God, send us joy the whole year long. Hecate, horn God, bless us one, bless us all. Hecate, horn God, bless us one, bless us all. From death to birth, light the paper and drop it within your cauldron, seeing the flames, and as it burns, know that all ill diminishes, lessens, and finally leaves within the universal flames and fire of life. Bright blessings to you upon your sacred path.
Here is a prayer for our ancestors on this Samhain Eve. This is the night when the gateway between our world and the spirit world is thinnest. Tonight is a night to call out those who came before. Tonight I honour my ancestors, spirits of my fathers and mothers. I call you all and welcome you to join me for this night. You watch over me always, protecting and guiding me. And tonight I thank you, for your blood runs in my veins, your spirit is in my heart, your memories are in my soul. If you wish, you may wish to recite your genealogy here, and this can include both your blood family and your spiritual one. And then finish it by saying, with the gift of remembrance, I remember you all. You are dead but never forgotten, and you live on within me. Let us move forward and continue the wheel of life as there is no beginning and there is no end, with love and light, so mote it will be.
Well done. That was quite a journey through the 8 Sabbats, wasn't it? As I said to you right at the very, very beginning, do you remember when that was? That some people only celebrate the major 4 and others celebrate all 8. As this is your own personal path into your sacred spirituality, into your reconnection with all things earthy and all things wondrous, as above, so below, make sure you take what you wish and leave what you don't wish to take on board. Blessings, and let us move forward, for we are near the end of our journey together. Blessed be. Can you believe it? Here we are at the end, but there is no end, for you know now that life goes on from here forevermore, and we are connected. You are my soul brothers and sisters from this time on and for all time. I hope you have enjoyed my humble offerings, this introductory glimpse into the magical, wondrous world of witchcraft. Blessings to you upon your sacred path. Connect with me often. Do not be strangers. Blessed be. Let us enjoy this heart-opening spell together. If you have a circular mat, then use it. If not, draw a circle on the floor. Simply make sure it is big enough for you to stand in. You may wish to put some of your sacred items around in the four corners. It is totally up to you. But hold a pillar candle and turn to the east and say, O hail guardians of the east, I summon the powers of air, O windswept meadows whispering the breath of life, fantastic torrents moving strife with clarity and the power to know. I call you to me, I call you to me, for by the air that is her breath, be with me now. Turn and face the south. Hold your candle out and say, O hail guardians of the south, I summon the powers of fire, O blazing flames of crackling fire, the quickened hearts of our heart's desire, the energy, the power of will. I invoke you now. O fire, fire that is her spirit, be with me now. Turn now and face the west, holding your candle out, and say, O hail guardians of the west, I summon the power of water, the rushing rivers and streams, the dark oceans, the poetry of soul in motion. With my intuitive self and feeling and power to dare, I invoke you, O powers of water, by her womb, the water that is her blood, be with me now. Turn and face the north, holding your candle out, and say, O hail guardians of the north, I summon the power of earth, the cave of darkness, standing stone, the celebration of flesh and bone, with stillness the power of silence, I invoke you. And by the earth that is her body, be with me now. In the center of your altar, with your candle at your heart center, say, as above, so below, as within, so without. 4 stars in this place be combined to call the 5th to me. Go round your circle 3 times, for we are woven together in perfect harmony to make our circle complete. After you have walked around your circle the 3rd time, the circle is closed. Imagine the sphere forming around your circle and going deep into the ground and up into the sky, combining both. If you have a smudge stick, it is time for you to light it, to fan the smoke around yourself. If you are not doing this, simply stand or sit in meditation, feeling the cleansing, peaceful thoughts of love and light, consuming you, purifying you. With your hands at heart center, looking deep inside to your radiant heart, say with me, I invoke the goddess Aphrodite, and with her may she bring the power to love. Oh Aphrodite, please accept me as I am. Sitting here, your humble servant. Hold up your candle to Aphrodite and say, if there are blocks in my healing, if there is fear in me, this fear must be extinguished now. Draw the candle back down in front of your heart. And to your candle, tell it of the hardships that you have been through in life, all that you wish to release. This can be bad luck, breakups, death, whatever it is that you need to give away. When you have finished telling the flame all that you wish to release, set the candle down. Lick your fingers to extinguish the flame. And with a match, now light the candle once again. Focus on the candle once again and say, Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, please bring beauty into my life and fill me with love. Now talk about all of your hopes and desires. Give them to the candle. And when you are done, say, O Goddess Aphrodite, thank you for your time. I will hold you no longer. Please accept my gratitude. And now say, O waters of life, heal me. Turn me into the person I want to be. And walk around your circle counterclockwise. And when you get to the east after the third time, say, the circle is open, but it remains unbroken. Go to the center of your circle and say, O Great Spirit, thank you for your wholeness and completion in this circle. Please depart, but leave in peace and beauty. Go to the north and say, thank you, O Earth, thank you for your strength and guidance in tonight's circle. Please depart, but leave in peace and beauty. Turn to the west and say, O water, thank you for your healing and peace in my circle. Please depart, but leave in peace and beauty. Turn now to the south and say, O fire, thank you for your passion and energy in my circle. Please depart, but do so in peace and beauty. Now turn to the east and say, O air, thank you for your intellect and bravery in my circle. Please depart, but do so in love and beauty. Now standing, open your heart and know that though a spell does not work alone, you should not expect this to welcome love into your life if you lock yourself up in a room and have closed your heart. You will need to go out to begin to talk to people, to have fun, to forget. Magic will only work if we believe in it and help it. Blessings to you upon this sacred, wonder-filled path.